Turbomolecular pumps are a key component to create high vacuum conditions in the semiconductor manufacturing process, which requires high reliability. Based on consistent quality control from design to manufacturing, our hydraulic equipment supports the industrial development by satisfying the customer's demands like weight reduction and higher pressure equipment. The flight control system controls the lift and attitude of the aircraft to ensure safe takeoff and landing. Our advanced mechanical technology delivers safe and comfortable flying experiences. In addition, we also provide new solutions for the next generation by integrating diverse technologies and know-how that we have cultivated in each field. In order to promote the rapid R&D and product development demanded by customers, we have established an integrated system for circulating basic technology research, product and service development, and application technology development.
Brawijaya video.
And the second one is Shimatsu Asia Pacific. Please enjoy the video.
Yes.
Brawijaya University is a favorite campus in Indonesia. The students come from various regions in Indonesia as well as from abroad. Brawijaya University was foundation of Malang High School in 1963. Located in the center of Malang City, which is famous for fresh and cool air, Brawijaya University has created a great environment with well-maintained spatial and supported by quality teachers from Brawijaya University and out of Brawijaya University, making Brawijaya University as a comfortable and conducive campus.
Universitas Brawijaya has vision to be a pioneering and innovative university with international reputations of science and technology advancements that form the basis of culture-based industries for communities' welfare. Universitas Brawijaya mission are: first, provide graduates with international standard education that instill in them belief in Almighty God and religious piety, noble character, self-reliance, professionalism, and entrepreneurial spirit. Second, play the role of university as an agent of renewal, pioneers and disseminator of science, technology, art, and humanities, as well as force of the nation economic development based on the value of noble local wisdom. And third, implement superior, equitable, and sustainable higher education governance.
Currently, Brawijaya University is one of the excellent universities in Indonesia, with more than 60,000 students in various degrees, starting from 6 programs for the 3-year diploma and 2 programs for the 4-year diploma. Brawijaya University also has 9 professional programs and 18 medical specialist programs. Those are supported by more than 140 teachers and 400 research lecturers who experience teaching and researching in various fields, technology, science, and humanities. Brawijaya University is ready to develop quality and international standard education process to produce graduates with international competitiveness. Brawijaya University, as the embodiment of commitment, as world-class entrepreneurial university, various facilities, infrastructure, and various vehicles in various student activities are provided to ensure the creating of participants and excellent students. Many graduates of Brawijaya University currently occupy important positions and contribute to Indonesian's or international level. Brawijaya University always promotes students' grade and quality to continue to achievements, compete and develop talent interests. In global competitions, not only academic, but also non-academic fields is the same priority to increase achievement of Brawijaya University students. Involving in social life in a campus will create a good and whole university experience. Other than that, social engagement will help increase available skills and develop some of soft skills that are maximums: interpersonal relationships, communications, public speaking, and time management. Brawijaya University provides facilities to improve the quality of academic facilities. Among these are academic facilities, the library, Laboratory for Biological Sciences and Food Sciences (LSIH), Central Laboratory of Science and Engineering (LSSR), Institute of Research and Community Services Brawijaya University (LPPM), Institute for Educational Development and Quality Assurance (LPPPM), PJM, International Office, Bioscience Institute, UB Media and Communication Group, UB Press, Integrated Laboratory, UB Forest, Agrotechnopark, Center for Disability Studies and Services, Interest and Talent Facilities, Student Activity Units, Pertamina Sport Arena, Sport Clubhouse Pertamina UB, Samanta Krida Hall, Widya Loka Hall, football field and other sport facilities at Dieng campus. Supporting facilities: UB bus fleet, student dormitory, employee cooperative (KPRI), international students dormitory, bank and ATM center, post office, Masjid Raden Patah, compost processing facilities, Halal canteen, alumni facilities. They are Alumni Association System, Career Entrepreneurship Development Unit of Universitas Brawijaya, Business Incubator, Information Technology and Computers Facilities. They are Academic Information System, Registration and Selection for Students Information System, New Student Admissions Information System Online, an Integrated Service Information System Portal, Student Academic Information System, Decision Support System, Research and Community Service Information System, Bandwidth Internet Capacity, Safety and Health Facilities. They are Firefighting and Rescue, Ambulance, Health Clinic, UB Hospital, E-Counseling UB, or counseling.ub.ac.id. Universitas Brawijaya as an inclusive excellence campus based on international education continues to improve the quality of services. Universitas Brawijaya as a leading university with our international standards through the process of education, research, and service to the community are going to increase the achievements and to improve the innovations. With pride and confidence, Universitas Brawijaya will continue to improve its quality both at the national and international levels, building up the noble future.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was our profile from Universitas Brawijaya. And the second one, the profile from Shimadzu Asia Pacific. Please enjoy the profile.
Protecting people's health, contributing to industrial development, and creating a safe and secure society. Shimadzu aims to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals through these 3 business areas. Together with our partners around the world, we are developing our business in these segments to solve various social issues that are becoming increasingly complex and diverse. Our cutting-edge analytical technologies contribute to research and development and quality control in a variety of fields, including food safety, the development of pharmaceuticals, analysis of hazardous substances that cause environmental pollution, and analysis of regulated chemicals. This is a precision universal testing machine that measures the strength of various materials, such as metals and plastics. With high precision measurement technologies, including high-speed video camera that can visualize phenomena, such as material failures that cannot be captured by the human eye, as well as non-destructive inspection using X-rays. With these systems, we support all kinds of manufacturing by measuring safety and durability. State-of-the-art image processing technology provides a medical system that is easy to use and helps minimize patient burden. With our medical systems, we support catheterization for stroke and heart disease, early detection of cancer, and diagnosis for diseases that are on the increase as populations continue to age. Turbomolecular pumps are a key component to create high vacuum conditions in the semiconductor manufacturing process, which requires high reliability. Based on consistent quality control from design to manufacturing, Our hydraulic equipment supports the industrial development by satisfying the customer's demands like weight reduction and higher pressure equipment. The flight control system controls the lift and attitude of the aircraft to ensure safe takeoff and landing. Our advanced mechanical technology delivers safe and comfortable flying experiences. In addition, we also provide new solutions for the next generation by integrating diverse technologies and know-how that we have cultivated in each field. In order to promote the rapid R&D and product development demanded by customers, we have established an integrated system for circulating basic technology research, product and service development, and application technology development. We established the Shimadzu Future Collaboratory to greatly expand basic technology research. The Healthcare R&D Center focuses on healthcare technology such as analyzing pesticide residues and functional ingredients in food based on the concept of open innovation, while aiming for the rapid development of products and services. At our innovation centers around the world, we are developing application technologies with universities and research institutes. We established a speedy development management system to meet regional needs. As one of our approaches, now we are focusing on the advanced healthcare. We combine our analytical and measuring technologies with medical diagnostic imaging technologies to create innovative products and services for such as ultra-early detection of cancer and the prevention of dementia. We put a high priority to response to infectious diseases, such as developing fully automated PCR testing systems and reagent kits in a very short time, and taking measures to increase the production of mobile X-ray systems that are useful in diagnosing pneumonia. Our analytical instruments are also contributing to the development of vaccines and therapeutic drugs. We are continually listening to voices from around the world and developing and researching the products. We believe that this is what Shimadzu can do. Shimadzu works together with our partners around the world to solve societal issues across a variety of fields as a company that delivers the products and services that society needs. Shimadzu continues to take on challenges with the philosophy that has remained unchanged since our founding, contributing to society through science and technology.
Thank you for watching the profile of Universitas Brawijaya and also Shimadzu Asia Pacific.
And I hope that you have a better understanding of what Shimadzu does and how it can contribute to society. Okay. Now we will soon start the program. If you have not registered, please quickly register outside. If you have already registered, appreciate it if you could go in and take your seats. Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu, jika belum registrasi, silakan melakukan registrasi secepatnya di luar. Jika sudah registrasi, silakan masuk ke dalam auditorium dan ambil tempat duduk. Kita akan mulai dalam beberapa menit lagi.
Yeah, and one thing we should remind to all participants, satu hal yang perlu kita informasikan kepada semua participants, put your mobile phone into silent mode while joining this event until this afternoon.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we'll start in about 1 minute. Kalau masih ada tolong minta masuk. Ya. Oke. Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu, jika masih di luar, silakan masuk ke dalam auditorium. Kita akan mulai beberapa saat lagi.
Sekali lagi kami informasikan kepada seluruh peserta yang masih berada di luar ballroom algoritma Fakultas Ilmu Komputer Universitas Brawijaya. Sesaat lagi acara opening ceremony the first Shimadzu Asia Halal Summit 2023 will be begun. And while waiting the participants enter the algorithmic auditorium, please take a note the emergency evacuation road. Now we are in the second floor of algorithmic auditorium, Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Brawijaya. We have 3 doors for evacuation. Remember to all participants, we have 3 doors for evacuation. In case of emergencies, please follow this step to ensure your safety. The first, activate the fire alarm. Call 112 immediately. Once again, call 112 immediately and provide information. Exit the building following emergency maps. Use the stairs. Use a fire extinguisher only if safe to do so and you have been trained. Do not panic. Stay calm and proceed to the nearest exit. Do remember the emergency route nearest to you. These are the evacuation procedures that must be followed in case of emergency. Thank you. Ask permission for Pak Rektor because our first Asia Halal Summit will be begun. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all you. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Widodo SSC MSc PhD Medical Science.
Dave Chua, Executive Officer and Senior General Manager of Shimadzu Asia Pacific.
Yeah, welcome to Universitas Brawijaya, Mr. Dave Chua, and also the Honorable Vice Rector, Deans of Faculty in Universitas Brawijaya.
Yeah.
The honorable speakers and also moderator, distinguished participants.
And the chairman of the first Shimadzu Asia Halal Summit 2023.
And also, dear ladies and gentlemen, we have a participant attending online too. As well, good morning to you all virtually. Yes. Welcome to the first Shimadzu Asia Halal Summit 2023 in Universitas Brawijaya. Big applause, please. Okay. Today on 23rd of May 2003.
Yeah. And so, I'm Eka from Shimadzu Asia Pacific.
And also, Nia will be your master ceremony until the end of the event. And this event is also conducted hybrid, yeah, Mr. Eka?
Yes,
we have more than, wow,
yes,
how many?
We have more than 150 participants who are joining us online.
Please, big applause for these participants. Yes. We have also more than 100 participants who cannot join us in person, but they are able to join us with the connection of internet.
Yes.
And on behalf of the organizing our committee, allow me to extend our gratitude.
Yes, that we are all healthy, blessed with the health, and also the opportunity that more than 100 of us can actually gather physically here to join this first ever Shimadzu Asia Halal Summit 2023.
Yeah, how about the agenda, Mr. Eka?
Yes, today we'll have a packed program with an opening ceremony followed by 3 different plenary sessions covering many topics on halal.
Okay, as our welcome gesture to you, we would like to present welcome dance, and this is to represent the warm hospitality of Indonesian people, then also the rich culture that Indonesia has. We are very grateful to present our welcome gesture to you, traditional dance of wonderful Indonesia. Please enjoy.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born. The nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru.
One more time, big applause for wonderful Indonesia.
Yes, what a wonderful performance by Universitas Brawijaya.
This is creation, a big creation of one student collaborated in Unitantri, one of the student of Universitas Brawijaya. That's a great one. Okay, and next?
Yes, we would like to move on to the next program. We would like to invite all ladies and gentlemen to please rise as we will now sing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Everyone, please rise. Thank you. You may now all take a seat.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin the occasion, I'd like to request of your attention to a moment of silence and prayer. The prayer will be led by Mr. Abdul Hakim, SSC. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ya Allah, so as the right thing appears to be the right, so we can follow it. So as the wrong thing appears to be wrong, so we can avoid it. Allahumma aslih lana dinana alladhi huwa ismatu umurina. وأصلح لنا دنياي التي فيها معاشنا وأصلح لنا آخرة التي فيها معادنا واجعل الحياة زيادة لنا في كل خير واجعل الموت راحة لنا من كل شر ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the prayer.
Okay, Honorable distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, the first Shimadzu Asia Halal Summit 2023 is important agenda that talk about halal method development, halal regulation, and also halal information system.
This year's event team will be developing World Halal Ecosystem, which will cover the 3 topics that was mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and the summit also is held as the implementation of MOA between Central Laboratory of Life Science Universitas Brawijaya and Shimadzu Asia Pacific. Please, big applause for this collaboration. Both institutions agreed to hold international scale conference that will be conducted annually. And now, to get more information about halal development in UB, please enjoy the video of Brawijaya University Halal Inspection Institute and also history of halal development in Universitas Brawijaya. Please enjoy the video.
Welcome to the first Halal Summit 2023 organized by Central Laboratory of Life Science, Universitas Brawijaya, in collaboration with Shimadzu. Central Laboratory of Life Science, Universitas Brawijaya, or it is known as LSIS, plays an important role in halal certification in Indonesia. In order to obtain halal certification, one of the steps is a testing process that is carried out in an international standard laboratory. This is one of the laboratories with halal testing according to ISO IEC 17025 standard. LSIS has many partnerships and collaboration, including with Shimadzu Asia Pacific to support halal testing activity. One form of collaborations is the Halal Summit, which focuses on the halal industry, including halal authentication, artificial intelligence, and digital technology. This annual activity aims to showcase halal products and services to the public. It is expected that this event can be a good start to creating a wonderful academic forum and establishing mutual and beneficial cooperation to promote halal products and services in the future.
Universitas Brawijaya becomes part of the history of halal certification in Indonesia. The result of the late Professor Tri Susantos, UB lecturer, research on lard in food and beverages at UB 1988 shocked the public, the majority of whom are Muslim. The consequence of this a reduction in the purchasing power of the national products. The government appointed the Indonesian Council of Ulama or MUI to settle the lard case in 1989, and the MUI established the Assessment Institute for Foods, Drug and Cosmetics or LPPOM in 1994. MUI LPPOM began to offer halal certification on a voluntary basis to business actors who requested the service. In 2001, non-halal ingredients were found in the seasoning powder production in Mojokerto. The drafting of the Halal Product Assurance Law by the Indonesian Parliament 2004 until 2014. Official submission of Law 33 on Halal Products Assurance by the Parliament for implementation 17 October 2014. Establishment of the Halal Product Assurance Organizing Agency or BPJPH and appointment of Professor Sukoso of UB as an Echelon 1 official by the President of Republic of Indonesia to lead the BPJPH. The official inauguration of the BPJPH at the Ministry of Religious Affairs 13 October 2017. Introduction of mandatory halal certification for products marketed in Indonesia 17 October 2019 as a transition period from MUI to BPJPH. MOU between UB and BPJPH 2019. The government aims to make Indonesia the center of the global halal industry by 2024. To achieve this goal, Universitas Brawijaya is playing a role in building a halal ecosystem. Central Laboratory of Life Science, Universitas Brawijaya. Food and Halal Division. As a testing laboratory for the Food and Halal Division, LSIH UB is accredited to ISO 1725-2017 with a scope that includes the following testing parameters. Molecular and Cellular Division. As a testing laboratory, the Molecular and Cellular Division of the LSIH UB is accredited according to ISO 17025-2017. The scope of the accreditation includes the following test parameters. LPH or Lembaga Pemeriksa Halal. The Halal Inspection Agency or LPH is business unit of Universitas Brawijaya that conducts inspection and or testing activities on the halal compliance of LPH UB products. It was established in 2018 and located on the third floor of the LSIH building. In 2021, LPH UB has carried out visitation and document verification activities by BPJPH and MUI. Halal Toyib Institute. The Thayyib Halal Institute of Universitas Brawijaya is an institution responsible for organizing training needs, providing consultancy in the field of non-audit halal, and promoting the halal ecosystem. Halal Qualified Industry Development, or HAL QID UB. Halal Qualified Industry Development, HAL QID, is a research group that carries out industrial development activities with emphasis on halal aspects, safety, product quality, and production process efficiency, supported by studies on government policies to make consumer needs to compete in the global market. Halal Thayyiban Academic Canteen. UB Canteen is one of the business unit under the non-academic business entity, or BUNA, which was established in 2016 and engaged in the provision of food and beverage services. Halal Thayyiban Academic Canteen, which had received halal certification for LPPOM MUI, was officially halal certified in 2019.
Once again, please big applause for halal development in Universitas Brawijaya.
Okay. And it's great to see how long Universitas Brawijaya has been in contributing to the halal scene in Indonesia. Okay.
Okay, now, Mr. Eka, we will continue our agenda.
Yes, that's right. Now we would like to invite Dave Chua, Executive Officer and Senior General Manager of Shimadzu Asia Pacific, to give us an opening address for the Halal Summit. Dave, please.
Please welcome Mr. Dave Chua.
Okay. Dear Rector, Professor Widodo, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. Welcome to Shimadzu First Asia Halal Summit 2023, the first ever summit in the halal world. This summit is jointly organized with Brawijaya University, PT Didek Jaya, and Shimadzu Asia Pacific in Singapore. The theme is developing the world halal ecosystem with a focus on methods of halal authentication, artificial intelligence, and digital technology. Our esteemed speakers will provide insight into the latest halal regulations, update testing method, and the future development of the halal ecosystem. In recent years, halal analysis has increasingly shifted to a scientific approach. This transformation involves applying stringent scientific methods and techniques to determine the compliance of food, beverages, and other consumer products with Islamic dietary laws. Halal testing can be categorized into three testing groups: halalan, toiban, and ethics. It is crucial for products to be halalan and toiban by complying with Islamic law and being clean, safe, authentic, and beneficial. For ethic testing, it is required to trace, verify, and authentic the purity of halal consumer products. This will act as protection from fraud and deception. As such, halal analysis is more than just food safety. It is food security. At Shimadzu, this is where we come in. We offer total solution to food security. For example, our GC can enable you to do the methanol contents and residual pesticides. Our LC, LCMS, and DNA analyzer can support you with porcine detection and meat authentication. These techniques provide accurate and reliable results, allowing for greater transparency and confidence in Halal certification. Our expert, Dr. Jackie and Dr. Max, will elaborate more in their presentation later. Today is also an excellent chance for us to build a valuable network with scientists, food producers, and testing laboratory who are joining us from around the world. You will also get an exclusive tour of Brawijaya University ISO 17025 certified Halal testing lab, which is supported by Shimazu Leading Technologies. We are also interested in continuously collaborating with leading Halal authority in the region, such as BPJPH in Indonesia, JAKIM in Malaysia, MUIS in Singapore, and so on and so forth. Since 1875, Shimazu has been committed to contributing to society through science and technology. At Shimazu First Halal Asia Summit 2023, we will provide you with the latest developments, innovations, and technologies to meet the evolving demand of the halal industry. Let us work together towards establishing a world halal ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dave Chua, Executive Officer and Senior General Manager from Shimazu Asia Pacific.
Okay, so now we would like to invite the next speaker.
Yeah, Rector of Universitas Brawijaya will deliver his opening speech. Please welcome Professor Widodo.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning for everyone. The honorables, all Vice Rector that attends today, Vice Rector for the Academic Affairs and also Vice Rector for Research and Innovations, the honorables, Rectors of Universitas Brawijaya, Prof. Prisri. Thank you so much for attending these seminars. And of course, the honorables, Chairman Shimazu Asia, Mr. Dave Chua, I'm sorry, was spelling. And also the honorable, all of the speakers, Dr. Agil Irham, Dr. Jackie, Dr. Johnny Kusnadi, and Professor Rodshiah Atans. The Honorable, the representative of the East Asia Governors, Bapak Kepala Dinas Perindustrian dan Perdagangan, Bapak Iwan Sarjana Kehutanan ya, dan Magister Manajemen. The Honorable Professor Thohir Lut, thank you so much as a representative of MUI Jawa Timur, Indonesian Muslim Councils from East Java. And all of the participants that attend this very good and excellent seminar today. So, the halal, our university, Universitas Brawijaya, has very long history in the halal concern and halal research. And I think our university, academia, the first professor that have aware and concerns about the halal research in Indonesia. And also following by all of the institution that we also developed the Halal Institute in our university. And also I think our best staff, best faculty member from our university also appointed by government to be head of the National Halal Agency, Prof. Sukoso. Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Sukoso. Yeah. I think because of his dedicated, so halal in Indonesia is more growing wild, and all of the regulation has been adopted by government and also university. As of one of the leading university in Indonesia, we have really concerns to developing halal, especially how to develop detections halal. And we put a lot of a grant, basically, and also fund to fulfill, at least to give a facility for our researcher to work in the halals. And also one of the results today, I think one of the our researcher will announce the new product regarding the halal for today, I think. Yeah, Pak Joni. Thank you, Pak Joni. And also in the very good moment, so I would like to invite the Shimatsu to open halal laboratory in our university. So if you open lab in our university, so this be like your showroom for show the latest technology in the development detection of the halal. So I think it's very good for you and also for the Indonesian community. And I hope that all of the participants today that hope that you will discuss each other for sharing about the latest technology in the halal detections and halal ecosystem. And I hope that today event will be very fruitful for all of you, and also not only for our university and Shimatsu, but also for all of Indonesian Muslim. And I think that's all that I want to say, that one month we will thanks so much from the Shimatsu for that very good support and also collaborations to pursue the halal ecosystem in Indonesia. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bapak Rektor, please remain on the stage because we are going continue to launching mobile halal test kit. And kindly invited at the front, representative of East Java Governor, Bapak Iwan S. Hud MM, come to the stage. And also representative from MUI Jawa Timur, Profesor Thohir Lut, Halal UB team, Bapak Joni, Ibu Laras, dan Bapak Umam. And also kindly invited the Mr. Dave Chua, accompanied Bapak Rektor, Direktur PT Biocare. Is there any, Bapak, Direktur PT Biocare? Okay. Right now, we will launch mobile halal test kit and also launching product PT Brawijaya Smart Industry consists of alat pengolah madu, mesin dealkoholisasi, and also madu bubuk atau honey powder. The launch will be taken by the representative of East Java Governor, Bapak Iwan, by pressing the button on the screen. Yeah. Button. Okay, at the front, accompanied by a rector and also the other VIP. Count of 3, please press the button. 3, 2, 1. Press. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launching mobile halal test kit already done. We will enjoy the profile from mobile halal test kit for a while. Yeah, this is the history and development of our product, mobile halal test kit. And after launching, we will continue our agenda with photo session after this, joining all the speakers and also the VIP. After this, we will invite all the participants, all the members of Shimadzu Asia Pacific, the members of faculty, vice rectors, to join group photo for this session. And the committee will guide you. Come to the forward and photograph will ready to take your picture. Be patient while the committee help us to providing the chair. Okay, the chair already. Set up. Okay, after this, we will continue our agenda. Invited the Vice Rector, the Deans of Faculty, and also the member of Shimadzu, all participants to join the group photo session here.
Yes.
And the committee will help us.
Yes. So first of all, we would like to invite our distinguished guest speakers to sit in front.
Yes. The speakers of the session and the moderator also, Mr. Eka, will sit on the chair. And all participants will stand up.
We'll stand up. Okay,
behind the screen.
Yes. So first, let's wait until all our distinguished guest speakers are seated.
Guest speakers and also the VVIP guests.
Okay. All right.
Okay, it's enough. Now, we invite
all our participants.
Member of Shimadzu, please come forward and join the group photo session. Please come forward. The committee, please help us to guide the participant come forward to the stage. Kami mohon bantuan dari panitia untuk mengarahkan semua partisipan untuk bisa bergabung foto bersama dengan para tamu. Pada sesi foto kali ini.
Ya, Bapak dan Ibu silakan berdiri dan naik ke atas panggung.
The committee will help us to guide the participants joining the group photo. This is the memorable situation of joining the first Shimadzu Asia Halal Summit 2023 held in Computer Science Faculty Universitas Brawijaya. Please join the photo session here.
Yeah. We are all part of the event and we want everybody to be inside this memorable photo.
We are sorry to say if there is a limited space to take a photo, but it's okay. Just show your best smile or two thumbs here.
Jika panggungnya kurang, bisa berdiri di belakang kursi. You can sit behind the chairs. Yeah.
Yeah, is it okay, Mr. Eka?
Yes,
because they are very happy to join this event.
Yes, this is a very big event.
Yeah, it's okay if your face cannot see by the picture, but your hand.
Okay.
To show your hand and your smile.
Yes, Bapak dan Ibu, jika di panggung baris pertama, tolong tunggu sedikit supaya bisa orang kelihatan belakang bisa kelihatan.
Wow, more than 200 participants here join the photo group session. It's okay. So the photographer will guide us to take your picture. Ready for the photograph?
Wait, can see everyone?
Yeah, come on.
Front.
Okay, everyone, squeeze the center.
Ya, maju ke tengah. Pak, join Bu.
Paling belakang bisa dengan tangannya, tidak apa-apa.
Okay, maybe first then.
Okay, ready, Mr. Eka?
Wait, panitia Brawijaya bisa duduk di depan saja.
Oh,
Duduk
it's
di depan.
okay.
Yes.
For
Yeah,
the committee,
come.
will join. Oh,
You are
also
part of
to
this
join.
event. Come.
Oh, I see. Okay, come on, all the
Di
committee.
depan, tuh.
The rector waiting. The VIP waiting. Come on, hurry up. Don't forget the MC.
Oh, those
Mr.
in the
Eka,
back
join
row.
us.
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, okay. Bentar, move inside, lebih ke tengah.
Come closer.
Please move in.
Come
Squeeze,
closer.
squeeze.
Okay.
Come closer. Yes.
Come closer to the other. Oke. Mepet.
Mepet.
Ya, siap. Baik, sudah siap ya?
Ya, oke.
Oke. Show your best smile.
Right.
1, 2, 3. Cheese. One more.
Okay, thumbs up, everyone.
Thumbs up, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Okay, look at the center camera. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
One more. We take the video.
Yeah. Wait. Gambar dulu.
Oh, gambar dulu. Oke, baik.
1,
2, 3. It's already done. Click.
Apa? Terus freestyle.
It's a freestyle.
Yeah, freestyle, Pak. One
They're
more
already
freestyle.
done. Oke, sarangyo. Yang kekinian, baiklah. Oke. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Finally, we want to do a video of everyone saying hi.
Saying hi, ya.
Okay. Yeah,
waving
look at the video camera.
Waving your hand.
Okay, kamera di
on the
tengah
camera, ya.
Yeah.
Ready?
Right.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yes, hi.
Okay, Mides, thank you very much, all the participants and also VIP guests. And right now, after this, we would like to invite Bapak Rektor to launch produk PT Brawijaya Smart Industry berupa alat pengolah madu, mesin dealkoholisasi, dan madu bubuk. Kami mohon bantuannya kepada Ibu Mamik untuk dapat mendampingi Bapak Rektor guna meresmikan produk PT Brawijaya Smart Industry yang telah disiapkan pada booth pameran yang terletak di luar Ballroom Algoritma Fakultas Ilmu Komputer Universitas Brawijaya. Terima kasih.
Yes, thank you for joining us in this group photo. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Eka, right now we will announce for about 15 minutes later. We are going to have a break.
Yeah, yes. Hold on.
So right now we are going to have a break about 15 minutes until 10:45. Please, the committee show the screen.
Yeah. Kita ahead schedule Pak Ibu. We are ahead of schedule.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay. 10.15 ya. Bukan, half an hour 10.15. Kita pakai 10.15. Okay, actually, thank you to all of your efforts. We are actually ahead of schedule.
Yeah, this is ahead of schedule.
Yeah,
so
we'll
we
be
will
back at 10:15.
10:15.
Yeah.
10:15.
10:15.
Come back here in this ballroom and continue our agenda. The first plenary session with Dr. Subandria and the moderator Professor Sukoso at 10:15 a.m.
Yes, 10:15 a.m.
And now, for all participants can enjoy the meal outside the ballroom until 10:15.
Yes.
Enjoy your meal and thank you.
And we'll see you again in 30 minutes.
Brawijaya University is a favorite campus in Indonesia. The students come from various regions in Indonesia as well as from abroad. Brawijaya University was foundation of Malang High School in 1963. Located in the center of Malang City, which is famous for fresh and cool air, Brawijaya University has created a great environment with well-maintained spatial and supported by quality teachers from Brawijaya University and out of Brawijaya University, making Brawijaya University as a comfortable and conducive campus.
Universitas Brawijaya has vision to be a pioneering and innovative university with international reputations of science and technology advancements that form the basis of culture-based industries for communities' welfare. Universitas Brawijaya mission are: first, provide graduates with international standard education that instill in them belief in Almighty God and religious piety, noble character, self-reliance, professionalism, and entrepreneurial spirit. Second, play the role of university as an agent of renewal, pioneers, and disseminator of science, technology, art, and humanities, as well as force of the nation economic development based on the value of noble local wisdom. And third, implement superior, equitable, and sustainable higher education governance.
Currently, Brawijaya University is one of the excellent universities in Indonesia, with more than 60,000 students in various degrees, starting from 6 programs for the 3-year diploma and 2 programs for the 4-year diploma. Brawijaya University also has 9 professional programs and 18 medical specialist programs. Those are supported by more than 140 teachers and 400 research lecturers who experience teaching and researching in various fields, technology, science, and humanities. Brawijaya University is ready to develop quality and international standard education process to produce graduates with international competitiveness. Brawijaya University, as the embodiment of commitment, as world-class entrepreneurial university, various facilities, infrastructure, and various vehicles in various student activities are provided to ensure the creating of participants and excellent students. Many graduates of Brawijaya University currently occupy important positions and contribute to Indonesian's or international level. Brawijaya University always promotes students' grade and quality to continue to achievements, compete and develop talent interests. In global competitions, not only academic, but also non-academic fields is the same priority to increase achievement of Brawijaya University students. Involving in social life in a campus will create a good and whole university experience. Other than that, social engagement will help increase available skills and develop some of soft skills that are maximums: interpersonal relationships, communications, public speaking, and time management. Brawijaya University provides facilities to improve the quality of academic facilities. Among these are academic facilities, the library, Laboratory for Biological Sciences and Food Sciences (LSIH), Central Laboratory of Science and Engineering (LSSR), Institute of Research and Community Services Brawijaya University (LPPM), Institute for Educational Development and Quality Assurance (LPPPM), PJM, International Office, Bioscience Institute, UB Media and Communication Group, UB Press, Integrated Laboratory, UB Forest, Agrotechnopark, Center for Disability Studies and Services, Interest and Talent Facilities, Student Activity Units, Pertamina Sport Arena, Sport Clubhouse Pertamina UB, Samanta Krida Hall, Widya Loka Hall, football field and other sport facilities at Dieng campus. Supporting facilities, UB bus fleet, student dormitory, employee cooperative KPRI, international students dormitory, bank and ATM center, post office, Masjid Raden Patah, compost processing facilities, Halal canteen, alumni facilities. They are Alumni Association System, Career Entrepreneurship Development Unit of Universitas Brawijaya, Business Incubator, Information Technology and Computers Facilities. They are Academic Information System, Registration and Selection for Students Information System, New Student Admissions Information System Online, an Integrated Service Information System Portal, Student Academic Information System, Decision Support System, Research and Community Service Information System, Bandwidth Internet Capacity, Safety and Health Facilities. They are Firefighting and Rescue, Ambulance, Health Clinic, UB Hospital, e-counseling UB, or counseling.ub.ac.id. Universitas Brawijaya as an inclusive excellence campus based on international educations continues to improve the quality of services. Universitas Brawijaya as a leading university with our international standards through the process of educations, research, and service to the community are going to increase the achievements and to improve the innovations. With pride and confidence, Universitas Brawijaya will continue to improve its quality both at the national and international levels, building up the noble future.
Datakan bisa data kesehatan. Oh, Brawijaya. Nggih, nggih, Prof. Iya. Piye karepe? Aku ngomong TV-nya udah print udah. Kalau udah bukan print out. Kalau berikan ya. Kalau saya kan sudah saya berikan CV-nya. Sudah saya berikan. Tolong poin-poinnya aja, itu terlalu panjang.
Ampun di ini. Profesor mau ngopi narak dulu aja.
Ono suarane mlebu.
Kok masuk ya? Suaranya dari mana ya?
25 menit materi tak ada kok ngono ya. Berarti kan sudah di ngomong ngono ini kan kan.
Ini cuma ini kan.
Capek enggak Mbak kira-kira Mbak?
Enggak.
Enggak ya?
Apa ya yang masih?
Wis oleh foto nih. Loro ya. Aku nitip kamera ya. Silakan.
Saya di sini Pak. Saya masuk Zoom apa enggak?
Aku ngomong itu loh.
Brawijaya University is a favorite campus in Indonesia. The students come from various regions in Indonesia as well as from abroad. Brawijaya University was foundation of Malang High School in 1963. Located in the center of Malang City, which is famous for fresh and cool air, Brawijaya University.
Protecting people's health, contributing to industrial development, and creating a safe and secure society. Shimadzu aims to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals through these 3 business areas. Together with our partners around the world, we are developing our business in these segments to solve various social issues that are becoming increasingly complex and diverse. Our cutting-edge analytical technologies contribute to research and development and quality control in a variety of fields, including food safety, the development of pharmaceuticals, analysis of hazardous substances that cause environmental pollution, and analysis of regulated chemicals. This is a precision universal testing machine that measures the strength of various materials, such as metals and plastics. With high precision measurement technologies, including high-speed video camera that can visualize phenomena, such as material failures that cannot be captured by the human eye, as well as non-destructive inspection using X-rays. With these systems, we support all kinds of manufacturing by measuring safety and durability. state-of-the-art image processing technology provides a medical system that is easy to use and helps minimize patient burden. With our medical systems, we support catheterization for stroke and heart disease, early detection of cancer, and diagnosis for diseases that are on the increase as populations continue to age.
Check.
Turbomolecular pumps are a key component to create high vacuum conditions in the semiconductor manufacturing process, which requires high reliability. Based on consistent quality control from design to manufacturing, our hydraulic equipment supports the industrial development by satisfying the customer's demands like weight reduction and higher pressure equipment. The flight control system controls the lift and attitude of the aircraft to ensure safe takeoff and landing. Our advanced mechanical technology delivers safe and comfortable flying experiences. In addition, we also provide new solutions for the next generation by integrating diverse technologies and know-how that we have cultivated in each field. In order to promote the rapid R&D and product development demanded by customers, we have established an integrated system for circulating basic technology research, product and service development, and application technology development. We established the Shimadzu Future Collaboratory to greatly expand basic technology research. The Healthcare R&D Center focuses on healthcare technology such as analyzing pesticide residues and functional ingredients in food based on the concept of open innovation, while aiming for the rapid development of products and services. At our innovation centers around the world, we are developing application technologies with universities and research institutes. We established a speedy development management system to meet regional needs. As one of our approaches, now we are focusing on the advanced healthcare. We combine our analytical and measuring technologies with medical diagnostic imaging technologies to create innovative products and services for such as ultra-early detection of cancer and the prevention of dementia. We put a high priority to response to infectious diseases, such as developing fully automated PCR testing systems and reagent kits in a very short time, and taking measures to increase the production of mobile X-ray systems that are useful in diagnosing pneumonia. Our analytical instruments are also contributing to the development of vaccines and therapeutic drugs. We are continually listening to voices from around the world and developing and researching the products. We believe that this is what Shimadzu can do. Shimadzu works together with our partners around the world to solve societal issues across a variety of fields as a company that delivers the products and services that society needs. Shimadzu continues to take on challenges with the philosophy that has remained unchanged since our founding, contributing to society through science and technology.
Nggak apa-apa, sekarang kita ada waktu untuk itu. Ya, okay. I hope you have enjoyed the coffee break. You have enjoyed seeing the exhibits outside or the food on the left. Okay, it's now about 10:10. 5 more minutes left. If you are outside, please start to come back and take a seat. Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu, sekarang sudah jam 10.10. 5 menit lagi kita akan mulai. Jadi kalau sudah selesai tolong balik ke dalam auditorium dan ambil tempat duduk. Terima kasih.
Okay, once more, we would like to invite all participants who are still outside to enter the algorithmic auditorium because the first plenary session will be started at 10:15. Sekali lagi kami informasikan kepada seluruh peserta yang sudah berada di ballroom algoritma Fakultas Ilmu Komputer Universitas Brawijaya yang belum melakukan registrasi online. Kami silakan untuk bisa menuju ke registration desk karena ini akan menyangkut Bapak dan Ibu dapat menerima sertifikat untuk joining the first Shimadzu Asia Halal Summit 2023. Once more, we would like to remind all participants to do registration full on the registration online via barcode that the committee has prepared on the registration desk. Thank you.
Okay, it is now 10:15. If is everyone back? Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu sudah jam 10.15. Silakan balik ke auditorium dan ambil tempat duduk. Terima kasih. Ting ting. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 10:15. Please return back to the auditorium and take your seats. Thank you.
Once more, we would like to invite all participants who are still outside the ballroom. The first plenary session will be started at 10:15. Please enter the algorithmic auditorium and we will start the first plenary session. Thank you.
Okay, I hope you have enjoyed the coffee break, whether it's the food or you see the exhibitions outside. Okay, now we would like to proceed with the first plenary session, and that is about halal regulation in Indonesia.
Okay, and this session will be moderated by Professor Insinyur Sukoso, MSc, PhD. And before we invite the moderator come to the stage, we would like to read his curriculum vitae, a short curriculum vitae. His educational background: Bachelor of Fisheries, Faculty of Fisheries, University of Brawijaya in 1987, and continue his study at Master of Science, Faculty of Fishery, Kagoshima University in 1995. Next, Philosophy of Doctor, United Graduate School, Kagoshima University, Japan in 1998, and National Leadership Education Level 1 in Lembaga Administrasi Negara in 2020. And for his professional background, Professor Sukoso did Indonesia Halal Center and Policy Analysis, Head of Halal Product Assurance Agency, BPJPH, Ministry of Religious Affairs, Republic Indonesia, in August 2017 until 1 March 2021. And his career: Head of Indonesian Delegation in Trade Negotiation for Halal Products in World Trade Organization of Technical Barriers to Trade, Geneva, Switzerland. And the last one for his career is Halal Assessor to Halal Inspection Agency and Foreign Halal Agency. Please welcome our moderator for the first plenary session, Professor Sukoso.
Okay, thank you. Good morning and Ohayo gozaimasu, selamat pagi. Today we have a plenary session for the session 1, and I will invite Dr. Subandria. She is a representative from BPGPH, and because the limited time, I think, please come to the stage, Ms. Subandria. So before her presentation, I would like to read her CV. And now she is in the Halal Product Assurance Body, or BPGPH, under Ministry of Religious Affairs. And then okay, maybe it's okay for you? Well, when she was with me in the BPGPH, she is also a part of the international collaboration, I think. And now the position is still in the BPGPH, and now it's time for you to make a presentation.
Thank you, moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain amma ba'du. Honorable Professor Widodo, Rector of Brawijaya University, Honorable Mr. Mark Kosok, PhD, Shimadzu Asia Pacific Ltd, Honorable Mr. Jeki, PhD, Shimadzu Asia Pacific, Honorable Dr. Engineer Johnny Kusnadi, General Manager of Halal Inspection Institute, Brawijaya University. Thank you for your invitation, Pak. Honorable Professor Dr. Roziah Atan, Head of Laboratory of Halal Policy and Management in Halal Product Research Institute, Putra Malaysia University. Thank you. Honorable Professor Wayan Firdaus Mahmudi, Dean of Faculty of Computer Science, Brawijaya University. Honorable, my special honorable to Professor Engineer Sukoso, PhD, Head of BPGB8 period 2017 to 2021. Thank you, Prof. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam. Firstly, I would like to thank to Brawijaya University has arranged for this event, the First Asia Halal Summit 2023, and representative of BPGBH, acting up, on behalf Dr. Akil Irham and his son regret to love you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all participants in daring and luring, I would like to start my presentation. And we look up for this, my presentation, first slide, that's Halal. Halal platform of BPGB8, starting what's the building of Professor Sukoso, and beside that, the building of BPGB8, our location in Jalan Pondok Gede Raya is Jakarta, and it is achievement of Professor Sukoso. Give applause to Professor Sukoso. And thank you. We'll start halal regulation system, strengthening the Indonesian halal ecosystem, and so a global leader. Next slide. Oh. Sorry. Loh, kok lari terus? Thank you, Venice. Yeah, this is Indonesia target, like Presiden RI, the President of Republic Indonesia, said Indonesia has the potential to become the center of the world halal industry as well as the mecca of the world fashion industry. And his target, his goal can be achieved in 2024. And then our Vice President, according to Vice President Indonesia, Kiai Haji Maruf Amin, on opening an Indonesia Industrial Muslim Exhibition, that Indonesia has the big chance to become producing and exporting halal product in the world. And by the biggest Muslim population was around 229 billion of people. Totally was 87.2% of Indonesian population from 276.3 billion people, or 12.7% from Muslim population in the world. We look up at the dynamic of halal regulation in Indonesia. BPGB8 was declared 11 October 2017, and then based on the law number 33, year 2014. Then the law, especially the law number 11 of 2020, concerning job creation and government regulation, or PP number 39, 2021, concerning the implementation of the halal product assurance. It was shortly time for halal certification process from 60 days to 21 days. Ministerial regulation number 20 of 2021 concerning halal certification for SMEs, especially micro and small, that support decree by that had BPGB number 2020 of 2033 concerning technical guideline for assisting the process of halal product in determining the obligation to the certified halal for SMEs based on their statement. Then decree of head BPGBH number 57 of 2022 concerning the manual of the halal product assurance system in Bahasa Sistem Jaminan Produk Halal, or SGPH, for halal certification with statement of SMEs, especially self-declared. And decree of head BPGBH number 57 of 2022 concerning stipulation of verification and validation instrument by halal product process facilitators or companion. There are two kinds of halal certification process, regular and self-declared, and the differences of regular certification and self-declared, that self-declared was not touched by LPH. The self-declared was priority for SMEs, especially micro and small SMEs. The halal product process facilitators or companion or PPH in Bahasa Pendamping Proses Halal will support to micro and small business operator how to process halal certification using the halal application. Both regular and self-declared have the same period halal certificate for long time if it doesn't change the raw and or product process, according to law number 6 of 2023. Next. Yes. This is the platform of BPGB. It's named the C Halal. Infrastructure like bandwidth, internet, one GPS, and then checkpoint, 5 6 core width, Cisco Nexus, server Nutanix, 9 node, backup, pusat data nasional Kemenkominfo. And then si halal application today, BPGB have si halal ptsp.halal.go.id, then mobile, it's named Pusaka, super app Kemenap, and mobile apps si halal. And so integrated system with relevant ministries like BKPM, Ministry of Investment, LPH, Halal Inspecting Agency, BSN, Badan ini server ya, Sandi Negara ya, Pak. Ya, LNSB, Lembaga Nasional Single Window, and then bank are related relevant. And so This is update status, achievement of BPGPA by supporting Si Halal platform. Today, Halal Inspecting Agency, totally 55, and then Halal Certificate, regular and safety clear, 1.405.553, Halal Auditor, 497, Halal Supervisor, it's mean pengawas halal, 344, and then LPA, LP3H, like Institution for Pendamping Halal, 187, and PPH for 54.480, and government regulation 1, ministerial decree 3, ministerial regulation 5, PPGPA regulation 1, PPGPA decree 8, follower Instagram 57.300 or 57.3K. Domestic MOU now 207, and then foreign MOU 4, starting by Prof. Sukoso when to be head PPGPH, and then Halal certificate body totally 107 from 44 countries. Personal Committee Fatwa Produk Halal 25, payment gateway and integrated system. And then today PPGPH thing improving Si Halal and improvement of Halal information system based on integrated electric. This is automation proses sertifikasi halal by artificial intelligence. We know that this scheme, artificial intelligence was used to automation halal certification process, to use AI for automation halal certification process supporting human research development, doing automatically verification, validation, and activities every day in BPGPH. The beneficiary of AIA on halal certification, AIA was trusted to do verification, validation, and right, and using AI in many times, AI will work continuously, no tired. Integrated AI with Si Halal on building raw master data, digitalization of halal product assurance system or SGP. Si Halal developing integrated of system and sidang fatwa online and digital halal certification. And especially manual SGPH, I inform you that sistem jaminan produk halal is an integrated system compiled, implemented, and maintained to regulate materials, halal product processes, product, resources, and procedure in order to maintain the sustainable of halal product process or PPH. The halal product assurance system or SGPH must be implemented by business operators to maintain production consistency during the validity period of the halal certificate. The principle of SGPH include protection, justice, legal certainty, accountability and transparency, effectiveness and efficiency. Professionalism, added value and competitiveness. This SGPH applies to all product categories that must be certified halal, including goods and or services. Apply to all categories of business operator who are subject to the obligation of halal certification in accordance with statutory regulation for micro, small, medium, and large business operator. Yes, we know that halal becoming a global leader. Halal has been trending topic not only in Indonesia, but in the world. Halal was collaborate to support for improving economy, trade, industry, and investment. Therefore, all products, especially SMEs, to encourage halal certification and so will be able to get for share market in national, regional, and international level. Indonesia has enormous potential opportunities to realize the global halal ecosystem through certification of halal food product, development of halal food products, strengthening of halal food product, and development of industrial areas for halal food product. The next on, we expect that the beneficiary of first Asia Halal Summit will increase for economic halal global to encourage collaboration or segment for support halal industry, to increase halal product quality standard, to improve of halal global market access, empowering to increase export halal processing food in the share market, must be attention of inquiries of qualities, quantities, sustainable, traceability, and certification standard. We expect that beneficiary of First Asia Halal Summit to improve development of science under Brawijaya University and all higher education, not only Indonesia, but in regional, ASEAN, and international, in research, community outreach, and scientific publication. Thank you. Akhirul kalam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Subandria, for your presentation. I think she presenting all achievement of the BBGBH and also containing the regulation and the mechanism. I think in other one, maybe you forget also the one is that we have, that is the laboratory, but the function of laboratory as the, what we call, we call as to prepare the standard, yeah, and then familiarizing the standard, something like that. And we start with the status of laboratory in ISO 17025, yeah. So now we enter to Q&A. And of course, because based on the organizing committee informed me that who have the question will be giving the something door prizes. Oh no. Well, there are 3 languages. Yeah, you can deliver your question in English, Japanese, because Shimatsu, I think it is the hardcore in Shimatsu is a Japanese branch, I think. And of course, the Japanese. Therefore, I say to you, good morning, ohayo gozaimasu, minasan genki desu ka? Oh, genki. So, everybody have, okay, today? Good. So, now who have the question for maybe making more clear the presentation of Dr. Subandria? Because maybe the one is coming from the business agency. You know, in my period, I signed the MOU with one country. This is basically in government to government cooperation. But now, we also, in that time, I also prepared the regulation how the business cooperation be accepted by a regulation in BBGBS. Even, you know, that BBGBS not one authority to decide, because the BBGBS must collaborate with other ministerial level under coordination of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Okay, so anybody have a question? Well, the one? Yeah, you can start. Please introduce your name and your institution. Okay, please.
Yes. Okay, thank you for the chances for question. My name is Rio and I'm from Brawijaya University. And my question is, is the Halal web that used for acceleration of certifying halal license safe? As you know, recently many hacking activities happened in this country, and the user data got stored on dark web, like the Syariah National Bank recently. Now, how safe is Halal system from hackers attack, and what is the backup plan if Halal web or application down? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, so you will directly to answer? The point is how the function, the optimum function of halal system in a BPGPH. Okay, please, you can.
Okay, thank you, brother. From Brawijaya University, college student. Okay. The function of Halal Information System. It is the platform of BPGPH, and the function supporting for achievement halal certification, especially for safety clear. The function integrated with like this is process until integrated system with BPGPH and relevant ministry. According law number 33, yes, 2014, that BPGPH has domestic and international cooperation. Domestic cooperation, BPGPH has hand in hand to implementing halal certification in Indonesia, and in hand with all relevant ministries. Like related for halal, Ministry of Investment, because BKPM, that's umbrella if someone mengurus perizinan or NIB, nomor induk berusaha. But related for trade, BPGPH will link it with MOT, Ministry of Trade. Especially industry, BPGPH hand in hand with Ministry of Industry. And so especially supporting for SME, small, mikro, SMEs, mikro kecil, UMK, UMKM, BPGPH hand in hand with Ministry of Cooperation and SMEs. And then related for pharmaceutical, BPGPH hand in hand with BPOM, Badan POM. And then related for standard and close laboratory standard, BPGPH hand in hand with National Standard Agency, Badan Standar Nasional. So the function of Halal until now not yet completed, because dynamic of regulation. So the feature of Halal adjustment with function of regulation, and the changing government regulation 31/2018 to government regulation 39 year 2021 change that 30 days process of the halal certification to be 21 days. Thank you.
So maybe other one having a question to you. So we continue for the next. If it is not satisfied with the answer of Dr. Subandria, you can directly discuss with her. Well, other question, please? One, and then two behind. Okay, directly. Ibu, yeah.
Assalamualaikum. We are a foreign halal CB accredited. We have accreditation from the United Arab Emirates, from the Gulf countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and from Philippine Accreditation Bureau of Philippines. So we have an office, our headquarters is in the United Arab Emirates, and we are a recognized halal CB of the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology of the United Arab Emirates. So now the thing is, we have customers that are exporting to the Middle East, and that is fine. But the problem, we are not recognized in Indonesia. Yeah. So we do not want them to pay another halal certification in which go for their products to go to Indonesia. So our initiative is to apply for accreditation with
from BPJPH.
BPJPH, yes.
Yeah.
So the thing is, we applied last year.
Yeah.
Until now, we did not get any feedback.
Yeah.
We have given all our accreditation certificates already. Our food safety, we are also accredited with the ISO 22000-2018. Because that's one of the requirements, and all other accreditation. So till now, we did not get any reply. So how could we follow up the case?
Well, okay, the next question, who's, wait a minute, after that. The next, from other, who's?
Yes. Okay. Bismillah. My name Roshida from Fakultas Vokasi Universitas Brawijaya. First, I really appreciate all the BPJPH work and innovation to make Indonesia as the center of halal nation, especially on Sehati, Ibu, our certificate halal gratis for small and micro entrepreneur. I'm one of the part of PPH, or we call pendamping produk halal, and we as PPH we try to collect and invite all small and micro entrepreneur all around us. Now, but I think our target to get 1 million chef declare is still far, Bu. So maybe I have a problem, and also have problem to get more small entrepreneur to join Sehati. Now here I have a question and maybe suggestion for BPJPH. What about BPJPH make a collaboration with a marketplace such as GoFood or Shopee Food or the other to encourage all SMA, all food, small and micro entrepreneurs to join this program, this Sehati program? Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that is the last question. And please, Dr. Subandria, to answer. And I hope, because due to limited time, make a short and clear. Yeah, it's okay, Ms. Subandria.
Philippines, yes. Accreditation, recognition, halal certificate body. Is it right? Yes. I have already told that BPGPA has domestic cooperation and international cooperation. Philippines and Indonesia, long distance and different countries. So, according for government regulation 39/2021, firstly, like Prof. Sukoso's statement, G2G and OMU first, and then follow up by MRA, Mutual Recognition Agreement. And I have told that today foreign MOU still for, but halal certificate body submit propose 107 from 44 countries. And I will check which one Philippines and how many certificate body you have already submit. Thank you. And then I will continue to my dear from Brawijaya University. Are you college student or PPH, petugas pendamping halal? My question. Firstly, thank you for your suggestion. BPGBH mass relation with marketplace, fine technology, Bibli, Tokopedia, Prof. Sukoso Helrodi started 2020. Yes, that's give applause to Prof. Sukoso. Yeah, so 2020, because position she halal not yet completed, yes, Prof. And now like Bibli, marketplace, all to encourage how to improve SMEs, small medium enterprises. And then that's problem sehati, PP8. Yesterday I visit the room, the office of LP3H, Lembaga Pendamping Proses Halal, and Ibu forget it, the name sitting beside Pak Joni told me that Brawijaya has submitted, send a letter, formal letter to BPGBH, and then I asked to Ibu and Pak Joni, give me the arsip and I will check. Don't worry, sister. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Subandria. And now I think the last explanation from Dr. Subandria. And back to the MC. Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Subandria. Before we close the first plenary session, right? We would like to give a token of appreciation for being a speaker in our Shimazu First Asia Halal Summit 2023.
Okay, please welcome Mr. Dave Chua will present the token of appreciation to our first speaker, Dr. Subandria MM. One more time, big applause for this presentation, and also invited Dr. Yuni Kilawati to present the second token of appreciation to Dr. Subandria MM as the first keynote speech. We'll give the token of appreciation. One more time, big applause. Thank you. And the next one is photo session with the moderator also, Prof. Sukoso, join the photo session. Oh, using halal code. Which one? Oh, I see the triangle using this one. Everybody maybe can join using this code halal. Okay. Halal Indonesia untuk masyarakat dunia. Thank you so much, Dr. Subandria MM and also Mr. Dave Chua and Dr. Yuni Kilawati.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Now we would like to move on to the second plenary session. Okay?
Yeah, we have two speakers here.
So we have two speakers here, and they will actually help us. They will actually tell us more about how we can do halal testing with Shimadzu solutions.
And Prof. Sukoso will invite our speakers to the stage. The mic is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I invite Mr. Jackie. That's right. Okay. So he is from Shimadzu Asia Pacific, the address institution in Singapore, and educated experiences. He completed undergraduate program from a National University of Singapore in the field of chemistry. Also graduate program in the same of university in the field of chemistry, and also the PhD completed and analytical chemistry. So time's yours. So it's time for presenting your material today. Okay, thank you.
Selamat pagi Bapak-Bapak dan Ibu-Ibu. Hello. Yes, hello, good day everyone. My name is Jackie. While waiting for my clicker to come over, maybe I will do a little short introduction about myself. Now, if you notice my name, for those of us who are meeting for the first time, my name is only Jackie, one word only. So this is because I'm actually born Indonesian. In Indonesia, it is very common to have only one word in the full name. So I have been studying in Singapore for a long time and obtained my PhD, thank you Max, in National University of Singapore, as Prof. Sukoso has mentioned. And so today I'm very honored to be here in one of the most renowned universities in Indonesia, Universitas Brawijaya, to share Shimadzu's solution for food safety and halal integrity testing. Those of us who are familiar with the Muslim terms, this covers the to'iban and also the halalan, which guarantees the security of food and consumer products that we are taking into our bodies. So let us first start with food safety. About to'iban, yang baik, yang suci, things which are good for our body. This is because we actually can have all these food regulatory bodies all over the world managing our food that we are consuming. Whether it is for local consumption or it is for export, we have to follow the various regulations that are being mentioned by all these bodies. Typically, they will have regulations that include things like how to prepare the sample, how much is the regulated limit, the reporting limit, and then what are the compounds, how to prepare the sample from the various sample matrices. All this is being mentioned by the various bodies that you will see on this slide. And when we are, say, for example, exporting to USA, we need to follow the guidelines of US FDA and similarly to other regions in order to sell our products. So this is very stringent, very strict, and very difficult to hit. And we have solutions for such regulations. The contaminants in food comes in the entire food supply chain. From the beginning production, for example, residual pesticide in agricultural products. And then when we are processing, we may have contamination from microbial along the processes. And finally, when we are packaging the food, we may also introduce several non-intentionally added substances. That's what you see NIAS over there on the stage, on the slides. The entire food supply chain can introduce various contaminants, but we have the entire set of solutions to ensure the food safety. In Shimadzu, we have our HPLC-based MS, we also have GCMS, ICP-MS, and even MALDI-TOFs. All these various chromatography and analytical techniques that allow us to analyze all the different chemical and other contaminants in the food supply chain. At the same time, the very same instruments can be used for food quality and research as well. So the same instruments that you are getting can be used for both safety and quality and research. And that is where halal is part of. Now, in general, when we are looking at the food analytical workflows, it depends on whether we know or we don't know what we are analyzing. So that is where we have the, sorry, this laser pointer is not working. So on the right, you see the known compounds, and on the left, you see the unknown target compounds. If we know what we are looking for, it is under the known workflow all the way to the right over there. We are looking at things which we know from what sample matrix. And this can be analyzed by all the instruments that have been mentioned in my previous slides. An example for it will be the residual pesticides, or even the amount of alcohol, ethanol, in the beverages that we are drinking. So typically for these applications, we do quantitation. We want to know what is the concentration. In the middle, there is a category called known unknown. For example, do we know that I have allergy for seafood? Yeah, some people also don't know. But these are the kind of things that we want to find out, and this is under the known unknown workflow. Example for it, allergens, and also adulteration. Some people may intentionally add all these substances that we are not intending to consume. And so we perform targeted screening. We want to find out whether these things are there or not. And of course, on the leftmost, we have another workflow called the unknown workflow. In unknown, we don't even know what we are looking for. Then how am I going to look for anything? Well, we have the high-resolution MS, mass spectrometry technology, that allows us to perform such analysis. This can be useful when we are looking at contamination, unintentionally added things which we don't even look at, or even secretly changed materials. Food frauds such as melamine in milk that happened many years ago, I think everybody is familiar, or even some gutter oil in Taiwan mixing with edible oil, jahat. Now, we have all these solutions that allow us to perform the three workflows, and I will bring you through in more details how we are doing it. Known. Just to clarify, I will be using LCMS as an example on how we are doing all these three different workflows. For known, we perform quantitation. We want to know what is the concentration of our target compound in the food matrix. So we need to develop our method and then find out all these parameters. You have to prepare your calibration curve as well in order to find out what is the actual concentration. So at the same time, you will have to modify the parameters of the instrument from the LC side and from the MS side. May I have a show of hand, how many of you developed a method before? Not many? No? Oh, I have one there, very good. Most of us here, unfortunately, have not developed a method. So if we want to do quantitation, it's a bit difficult, right? No worries. Shimazu offers you a solution. We have method package. Now with method package, we already do the work for you. We optimize all the LC, the MS, the consumables, everything. So you just need to buy the method package from us, apply it on the instrument, and you can start to do your analysis. So then, after preparing your calibration curve, of course, calibration you still need to prepare yourself, spike in your sample, and then you can perform the quantitative analysis. So in the result, what we want to find out again is how much exactly is our target compounds in the sample. But we also have another workflow, known unknown. This time we just want to find out whether a certain compound is present in the food matrix. And how do we do it? We focus on only the identification parameters. So this is similar with the previous workflow. You can use the method package, but you don't have to prepare calibration curve. All you need to do is spike in your standard into the sample and then run your calibration, run your analysis without calibration. And then what we want to find out is whether something is present, yes or no, in the sample. So the LCMS or other mass spectrometry you see can be used, the same method package, for both quantitative and qualitative analysis. And this is only possible because Shimazu has the fastest mass spectrometry in the world. We have ultra-fast MS, allowing us to analyze even 600 pesticides within 10 minutes. That is very impressive, no? And we have many method packages. So whether you are analyzing veterinary drugs or aminoglycoside, mycotoxins. We have various method packages that you just need to purchase from Shimazu and apply it onto your instruments, and you can perform the analysis. Now we also have, remember, the unknown workflow. Unknown workflow is discovery, and we actually need the high-resolution MS to perform such analysis. So we have two different procedures of doing this, and usually the first one we are doing it generally, which is structural elucidation. From a scan, we will find out what is that compound, and then we will try to use jigsaw puzzle technique to find the different ions, fragments, piece them together to find out what is the structure of this unknown compound. It is discovery. But we also have another guided procedure shown in the bottom based on library search. And in Shimazu, we have various libraries that allows you to perform such analysis. So it is guided structural elucidation, and it is easy. Unfortunately, I didn't have it during my PhD time. And I also didn't have this amazing new LCMS QTOF that I'm mentioning in this slide. Introducing you the latest LC QTOF, LCMS 9050, that comes with polarity switching and highest performance and sensitivity. So not only can you do the discovery work, it also comes with the Q, which allows us to do quantitative analysis. So this very instrument can be used for both qualitative discovery work and quantitative determination work in a single run. Now we have talked about the food safety portion. Now let's move on to go for the halal integrity testing, which is also known as the halalan. Halalan yang dibolehkan, yang menurut hukuman Islam. These are the permissible analysis that is by the Islamic guidelines. So this halal integrity testing is a very growing demand, as we have heard from Dr. Sorry, I forgot your name. The name is a bit long. Our previous speaker, and also from our Philippines questioner earlier. We actually have an international growth of demand in halal authenticity testing. And we actually can see that the expected compound annual growth rate, CAGR, is more than 3% per year. And we know that this is because all of us, especially the Muslim community, is getting richer and we want to consume safer food. Similar to the food safety workflow, halal integrity testing comprises the entire food supply chain. It is not just the farm, it is also the fork. So from farm to fork, we are supposed to be able to do this authenticity test. And this is getting more and more difficult, and because we have sometimes adulteration, which is intentional, and we have contamination, which is non-intentional. And it does not apply to just food. It also applies for our consumer products such as beauty care and even pharmaceuticals. So halal is a big market. In Shimazu, we provide various instrumentation, the same ones that we have mentioned earlier, but these are specific to halal integrity tests that I will be mentioning in this section. And first, let us start with alcohol testing using Headspace GC. When we are looking at alcohol testing, we are actually mainly focused on ethanol, because ethanol is the one that after consumed will cause intoxication, and that is haram in the Muslim law. We generally recommend to use Headspace method because ethanol is very volatile. So using Headspace makes it easy to analyze, and you will see more of it in the later slides. And generally, we recommend doing it with isopropyl alcohol. IPA is a non-naturally occurring alcohol, and therefore it is very useful to be used as an internal standard in our ethanol content determination. And the methods that Shimazu have developed that I will be showing you in the next few slides can be applied easily for food, beverages, and even pharmaceuticals, cosmetics products. But before going there, we need to look at the guidelines. Similar to how food safety has very different regulatory bodies, in our region, Southeast Asia alone, we have many Muslim authorities, the Islamic statutory bodies, that come out with different guidelines on how much to determine, how much to limit for ethanol. But this is a bit different from the regulation that we have seen in food safety. Because usually in the Islamic guidelines, we only know what is the reporting limit. But there is no standard protocol or there is no official methods on how to do it. And therefore, what we are showing you are the solutions that Shimazu have developed and useful for your regulation locally. In this example, we see that ethanol, whether it is industrially added or naturally producing, we have different limits that we need to follow. And therefore, it ranges from 0 to 2%. And in order to do such analysis in Shimazu Asia Pacific, we have developed methods with very wide range of calibration. And at the same time, earlier on I mentioned how headspace is actually much easier than liquid injection. Of course, you can use both methods, but you can see on the right of the table, headspace method requires much less sample preparation or even precautions to make sure that we can perform the analysis for higher throughput. And at the same time, it may cost a little bit more in the beginning, but in the long run, it costs much less. So here is the summary of the results that we have performed using our headspace and liquid injection GC. We applied the technique for both liquid and solid samples, and not just for food and beverages. We also apply it to some personal care products, such as a mouthwash, highlighted in pink over here. And we have the method applicable for all of them and having a very good results performance within the very wide range of calibration. So if you're interested to perform the alcohol analysis, we already have the solution for you. And similarly, we have the solution for pork adulteration. When we are looking at lard, pork oil, if it is adulterated in palm oil, a vegetable, we can easily perform non-destructive quantitative determination. Quantitative, known. We want to find out how much is inside. And we can apply this IR technique with chemometrics, multivariate analysis. So if you can see this FTIR spectrum, the spectrum of a pork oil is very different from the vegetable oil based on the intensity of the transmission. And therefore, by combining such information with multivariate analysis, we can easily differentiate how much of this pork oil is added intentionally into the vegetable palm oil. But of course, we know animal and plants are very different. That's why we can use simple techniques like FTIR. What if I am mixing meat with meat? Then we call for more difficult and more advanced technology to do such application. And one of these instruments that we have is a DNA RNA analyzer. And in this example that I'm showing you, it is about the pork contamination in another meat. So using the Multina, which is a kind of multiplex PCR, we can perform the analysis very easily to separate the pork from other kinds of meat. Some of us here may be more familiar with the biology side of analysis, and therefore you may know the gel electrophoresis. This is slightly different from gel electrophoresis because it uses capillary electrophoresis. And as a result, it requires only a small amount of sample, and the chip can also be reusable. So this is a very good in terms of throughput technology. And at the same time, we use our mDirect Plus buffer. So without the need of much sample preparation, you can directly throw it into the Multina to perform the analysis. So you do not have to do all the extraction of the DNA before we do the multiplication. Multina allows us to use very simple sample preparation for quantitation even down to 1% of pork in other meat. Another way of doing this analysis is by using mass spectrometer. As shown earlier, LC-MS, for example, can be useful for both quantitative and qualitative analysis. And this is because it has very good selectivity. So we can also use it the same way for targeted proteomics approach for the contamination of pork in other meat. And in this example, we have to extract the peptides from our meat sample in order to perform the LC-MS analysis. And how we can separate later will be shared by my colleague Max in the next session. So I don't want to share too much about it. He will do it. But at the same time, we also have the multi-TOF technology. Remember TOF? It can be used for unknown. workflow. So this is a very powerful instrument for all the different workflows. And in this example, we use MALDI-TOF for very fast, simple sample preparation analysis for meat adulteration. And of course, this is a very useful technique because it can be combined with PCA. And in the bottom right table, you can see that it doesn't just separate pork from other meat. It can categorize all the different kinds of meat that is present in the sample. And this allows the MALDI-TOF to be useful for not just in food. We can use it to check whether a certain textile, a personal care product, is halal. Halal is not just about ethanol or pork. It is also frog, it is also dog, it is many things. And in this example, we use the MALDI-TOF to find out whether a certain textile contains dog fur. And this is just how some of our instruments can be very useful in your halal authenticity test. So here is just a summary of our various instruments and also the advantages at the bottom of the table. While it may not be standard protocol, there is also no official method to analyze different things in the halal and Muslim guidelines. And we believe that Shimazu already have the experience and the technology to help you bring and develop such methodology. So this is my last slide. Shimazu not only provides you with the solutions for food safety, but also in terms of food security, research, and quality. And so with that, I would like to thank you for your attention. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. Jackie. So we enter to Q&A. I think it is a very valuable information, especially giving a new understanding about the science and technology, development technology. This is not only detecting the material from liquid material, but also the what we call is a solid material. Well, okay, it's time for the guests here. You have a question? Oh, okay. One.
Yeah. Any others?
So I will collect the other one. Any other one? Okay, please, Miss.
Hi, Jackie. Thank you for the comprehensive explanation. So now I just want to ask, because we do surface swab on the production line so that we can determine the contamination of alcohol and porcine. Now, I want to know in what equipment or apparatus we can use for the surface swab.
Okay. So I think the question is about if it is not directly in the food sample, but whether on surfaces we can do. Wonderful. So if, for example, we are analyzing such, the sample is different from what I have been mentioning. I have mentioned a lot of food samples. Now what the MEM's question is about surface of contamination. You can actually use all of these instruments the same way, and depending on what you are targeting, for example, alcohol, we can use headspace GC, or when we are analyzing the pork contamination, we can also use LC-MS-MS or multinat. But what we need to do is to change the sample preparation. So for example, if I want to do alcohol analysis, now I need to use a solvent that is equally polar, usually water to just swipe the surface, sort of to extract the alcohol. And then we will do the analysis same way as how we are doing the food analysis. Yeah, water is enough for you to do ethanol extraction. Yes, so if the sample is oily, similarly, because water will typically extract the polar compound, ethanol. So it is actually a better way of taking it. Yeah, correct. So we use similar polarity to perform the sample extraction. Yes, thank you very much for the question. We have a lot of experience with all this sample prep, and we are sure we can answer your different queries as well.
Okay, any other question? Okay.
Okay, thanks for the chance. Hi, Jackie. I want to the deep explanation about, you mentioned that positive-negative switching is the same with false detection rate, or maybe Can you explain about it more deep or something? Thank you.
I suppose you mean this page where we are looking at
Yeah.
the positive and negative switching?
Yes.
Yes. Actually, this positive and negative switching is a little bit different from your understanding on whether sample has compound or no compound. Our switching of positive and negative is a polarity switching. That means we can analyze positive ions or negative ions. But what you have mentioned on whether something is present or if not present, that is covered under this known-unknown workflow where we are looking at whether something is there or not. So yes, we can still cover your requirements based on the different instrumentation. It's just that when we are mentioning it in the QTOF slides, it's about the technology, our polarity switching. I hope this answers your question.
Okay, this is the different thing, and we can use present or absence.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you, Jackie.
Yes. Using all these different instruments that we have shared earlier, jang, 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 jang. Nadia. All these various instruments that I have shared, all can be applied to check whether some compounds are present or absent. Thank you.
Well, we still have 7 minutes. So, any other question?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay.
Yes, doctor. Hi, Doc Jackie again. Now, we have this activity of we collect air samples from the chimneys of the kitchen and exhaust fans, okay? The air coming from the exhaust fans, from the vents. Now, we check also for the porcine content on the air.
Oh.
Yes, so what we do, we collect the air samples to a diffuser. So how can we do that in one of your equipment?
Okay.
So if we want to prepare a method, we want to develop a method.
Understood on your question. Again, this depends on the sample preparation. Then, of course, we already know that different sample preparation allows us to analyze different compounds in the same way. So by modifying the sample preparation, we can extract those porcine DNA from the air and use the multina, because this is a very useful technology that allows us to even have broken DNA analysis. It is a kind of multiplex PCR. So even if you have only very little amount of the pork DNA, we can multiply it and still be able to detect it using this technology.
Of the machine?
Sensitivity of the machine, over here we have tested, it will be down to 1%. And of course, we can test how much lower it can be, depending on the sample matrix. So if you are interested, we can always do it.
Did anyone already check the method detection limit of the multina?
Definitely, yes.
Yeah,
But not in air. So we will have to try it out in air with you to find out more.
But based on your experience, what was the least
Over here, we
method
can,
detection limit?
we can proudly tell you that 1% is
1%,
we can
okay.
confidently share. But whether it can go even lower, depending on how we do the sample preparation as well.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
We'll see.
Thank you. I know this is supposed to be last question, but I saw a gentleman who was interested to ask something. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, this is the last question. Is there any saturation point to analyze sample from Shimazu tool? If so, what is the number of maximum trials until the tool is saturated? Thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat your question? I do not understand.
Okay. Is there any saturation point to analyze sample from Shimazu tool? If so, what is the number of maximum trials until the tool is saturated? Thank you.
I see. Thank you very much. So the question is about upper detection limit. So of course, we are very focused on the lower detection limit, as our Philippine friend over here earlier also checked. Upper detection limit also exists in each instrument. Every instrument will have its lower and upper limitation. So usually if an instrument can go much lower, the upper limit is also much lower. So for example, LC-MS is a very sensitive instrument. We wouldn't want percentage level to enter the system. And therefore, we need to perform a lot of sample preparation to make sure that whatever we inject is clean over there. But there are certain instruments which are more general, such as GCFID, that can use the analysis for high percentage level. Now, in this case, the upper limit may be up to 100%. So it always follow accordingly, and based on different technology, we have limitations. Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you. I think that is the last you have a chance to answer the question. Because the second plenary session, we have two speakers. Thank you, Mr. Jackie. And then the next, the organizing committee will invite you to come again. I invite Mr. Max Kosok. Okay. So, his curriculum fitting, the institution coming from Shimadzu Asia Pacific, and then address institution in Singapore, but place date of born from Germany. So, guten Tag. Okay, thank you. And then I would like to introduce you the education experience, the undergraduate program and graduate program in Technisch Universiteit Wien, and then the PhD program from National University of Singapore in the field of study medicine or biochemistry. So times for you to present your materials. Okay. The topic will be person analysis with LC-MS for halal authentication. That's right.
Thank you, Prof. Sukoso, for the introduction, and good morning, everyone. As introduced, my name is Max, and I'm from Singapore, Shimadzu, Asia Pacific. As introduced before by my colleague Jackie, right, I'm going to talk about LC-MS technology, and particularly how we can use it for pork adulteration or to ensure the halal authenticity, right? First of all, why do we need to do authentication for porcine, right? I just want to give some examples to you, particularly the first one I'm sure you're very familiar with, in 2001, where we had the big scandal from Ajinomoto here in Indonesia, where it was found that they used an enzyme extracted from pork actually to create MSG, right? And secondly, another scandal that actually came over from Malaysia for Cadbury. Here we were looking at sweets, right, where they detected some pork contamination as well. So you see, sometimes we need to ensure that manufacturer or from import, that whatever they're labeling in terms of contamination or ingredients is actually present or non-present. Now, how can we do porcine adulteration testing, right? There's different technologies. The first one, a very basic one, is immunoassays such as ELISA, or we can do an SDS page with Western blotting, right? One downside of this technology is that it is actually less sensitive and is very restricted to the kind of target compounds you're looking for. And additionally, this technology is quite prone to false positive. So secondly, we have the genomic approach using PCR, and I think later after lunch you will be hearing more about PCR technology from Dr. Johnny, right? Very briefly, PCR is a very highly specific technology, but there's one downside. DNA is very easily degraded by heat, so it's prone to thermal degradation. So if you want to look at products or processed meat that are exposed to heat, we cannot really go for DNA or PCR testing anymore, so we need another solution. What can we do? LC-MS is the solution. LC-MS technology for porcine analysis is based on a proteomics approach. So proteins are directly related to the DNA, right? So we have the direct relation and have a species selectivity, right? But it is not dependent on the DNA, so we really can use this technology to analyze processed or heat-treated products, right? Now, Jackie briefly introduced LCMS already before, but I think as I saw, there are not a lot of people who developed methods before or actually have used LCMS. So I want to give you a very brief introduction, very simple, just to understand what is the principle behind LCMS. So LCMS actually stands for liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. So there's two parts. The first part, the LC part, is the separation technology that we use to separate the different analytes in our samples according to physical or chemical properties, and then we can detect them according to the elution or the retention time, right? So for the detection, there's many different technologies we can use, such as UV-Vis, infrared, fluorescence, but they all have different selectivity or sensitivity, and mass spectrometry is actually the most sensitive technology for detection of the different analytes. Now, MS or mass spectrometry is the detection or the determination of the mass, the molecular weight of compounds and their charge. So as you can see here, we have a different types of molecules, masses, charges, and we can detect them, and it gives us a spectra, as you can see at the bottom right, which gives us the mass to charge ratio of each of these analytes, where we have a peak, and the intensity basically represents the abundance or the quantity of these compounds. So if we combine these two technologies, LC and MS, we basically have a three-dimensional space, right? We have the retention time axis on the bottom left, which gives us the elution profile of all our compounds. And for each retention time, we have an acquired mass spectra, which gives us the mass to charge information and intensity for all the detected compounds, right? Now, unfortunately, that's not everything yet, because we can only determine basically the mass or the charge of a compound. But just imagine, I'm pretty sure in this room alone, if we would just measuring the height and the weight of all the participants here today, I'm pretty sure there will be people who have the same height and the same weight. So how can we make sure that we can distinguish every individual correctly, right? So there's another technology as part of MS where we do fragmentation. This means we are actually breaking down our main molecule into a lot of small parts, which are very unique to our precursor, to our mother molecule, right? And then we're measuring again the mass to charge of all these fragments. And this technology is actually called MSMS because we're measuring the mass to charge ratio twice. First for the precursor, then we do fragmentation, and then we're measuring again the mass to charge ratios of all the specific fragments. And this all together allows us to do the separation of the compounds, the identification of the compounds, and we can do quantification as well, right? So very briefly, just for you to understand what is LC-MS actually. Now, how can we use this for species identification? As I mentioned earlier, proteins are directly translated and transcribed from DNA into RNA and then into proteins. So the DNA sequence automatically can be translated into the sequence of amino acids of each protein. And amino acid sequence can now be very specific to the different species. Now here we can use mass spectrometry to really identify the sequence of each individual amino acid in our protein. And this gives us a spectra, as you can see here, and these peaks can be translated into the sequence of our amino acids. And as mentioned, between different species, even though it might be the same protein, we have very unique sequences, and this is kind of like a fingerprint that you can use for the identification of the different species as described here, right? Now, moving forward, how does the workflow actually look for us to use LC-MS for species identification? First, for the example here, where we want to compare porcine versus bovine, right? Pig versus beef, or the cow. So we need to look at the general proteome. So the proteome is complementary to the genome, and the proteome represents the totality of all the different proteins in each individual species, right? So we're looking at the differences of the proteome, but now we are identifying common proteins. Now you were wondering why common proteins? Reason being because common proteins are usually much more abundant, so we don't need to look at a very specific protein, but we can look into those proteins that are common to all the species and are in high abundance, so very easily for us to detect. But as mentioned earlier, every species has very unique characteristics, unique amino acid sequences. As you can see here on the top right, we have comparison bovine versus porcine, and you can see even though it's almost the same sequence of this peptide, there's very distinct differences in the amino acid, right? So if we use this, we identify certain target proteins with specific sequences. As you can see here, for example, we have a list of 5 different target proteins which are very common for both cows and pigs, right? So how are we going to go about now to identify our targets that we want to use for the identification? We have a very defined workflow where we are, first you can see the bottom left spectra where we're looking at all the different possible peptides and combinations between these different 5 proteins between bovine and pork. But you can see it looks very convoluted, right? So therefore, we're going to a round of optimization, coming to the middle spectra, and you can see it's already much more defined. We have very clear peaks. But still, there's a lot of information which we probably don't even need. So we are going to a 3rd round of optimization, and you can see the most right spectra, actually, we only have 4 peaks. Now, these 4 peaks are very, very specific and unique for porcine. So if we're targeting or monitoring these kind of 4 peptides or peaks, we can be sure if we identify them that porcine is present in our sample. And if we do this for all the 5 peptides, you can see proteins, you can see we have a very specific list of targets that can be used for porcine identification or to ensure we don't have any porcine adulteration in our tested products. Now, I told you a lot about how specific LC-MS is to identify sequences of amino acids, but what is the great advantage of this? So I want to just give you one example here. Actually, this was previously mentioned by Jackie as well, right? So if you can see here for these 4 different species, we have a peptide for the same protein, right? Lactate dehydrogenase, and the sequence is almost the same. Now, if you're looking at the lower 2, right, for the cows and the goat, actually is the same sequence. So for this peptide, we are not able to distinguish them. But you can see that the precursor mass for these 2 lower peptides is very different from our pork and from our chicken. So we can clearly exclude them. It's not pork, but it might be chicken. Now, if we're looking closer at the pork and the chicken, you can see actually the amino acids, the letters you can see are exactly the same. The only difference is here we have for pork, we have a valine followed by isoleucine, whereas for chicken, we have exactly the opposite, isoleucine first, followed by valine. So I'm telling these are the very specific sequences for each species, but LC-MS now is very selective. We can identify these very minute differences. I told you earlier for the identification, we can do the fragmentation, and then we're monitoring the different fragment masses, right, the unique pattern. And as you can see here, if we do this, you can see there's 2 clear, distinct fragment masses between pork and chicken, right? So if we're looking at our data now, you see that on the left, we have the peptides, the peaks identified for pork, and on the right for chicken. And you can see on the left for pork, very clearly, we can only find the 588 mass, which we cannot find on the right for chicken. And vice versa, for chicken, we can find the 574 mass, which we cannot find for pork. So really based on being such highly specific, we can distinguish between chicken and pork, even though it's the same protein, it's almost the same sequence, it's the same amino acids, it's just the order is diverse, right? So this is a big advantage of LC-MS. Even if you only have this one peptide, not even the whole protein, there's no DNA, we can still distinguish between chicken and pork. Now, coming to actual examples, how are we going to use LC-MS for porcine adulteration analysis? First, I want to start with meat-based products. Why do we need to do this? Again, another example, 2020 in Malaysia, right? Because some importers were very greedy, right? So they were bribing the authorities to import fake halal certified meat products, right? And actually here in our processed meat products, they were mixed in kangaroo, they were mixed in horse meat, right? Many different combinations. So it was not pure. So we really need to test and ensure that for you as the consumer, the product is halal certified as described, right? Now, what is the typical workflow? It is actually very straightforward. Even though we have a very complex matrix, right? There's many different proteins, there's lipids, there's DNA, there might be many other components in our meat product, right? So we need to first homogenize our sample, and then we can simply use extraction to extract our proteins, and then we do a digestion, desalting, a simple cleanup, and then we can analyze it by LC-MS, right? And the whole workflow is actually very fast. It can be done in less than 3 hours. There's almost no interference from the different matrices, and it is not hampered by food processing, right? So if you're thinking sausages or cooked meat, fried meat, where we're degrading the DNA, but even if we still have, as mentioned before, just this one peptide sequence, we are still able to confidently identify, do we have pork present or not in our sample? And Shimadzu has actually published one of such example, right, where we analyzed different types of meat-based products and checked if there's any pork contamination inside or adulteration inside or not. And I just want to show you very briefly what we have done here. At the top 4 examples, these are actually halal certified meat products. And at the bottom, we have non-halal certified meat products. And we monitored 7 different peptide markers, and we injected them in duplicates. And if you can see at the top, for all the halal certified samples, we could not detect any of the porcine markers. So very good, all these products, we could not detect any pork contamination. Now for the lower samples, right, you can see the red, I hope you can see the red plus, right? So for all of these samples, we could detect pork markers. Now actually that's not really surprising because most of these samples, we have pork meatballs, spam meat, so we already know there is pork inside. It is just a proof of concept. But there is one sample, as you can see here, this is actually chicken sausage. So according to the ingredients list, there should be no pork present in this sample. But still we found 5 out of the 7 porcine markers in this sample, right? So while it was not halal certified, just looking at the ingredient list, you cannot assume that we don't have any pork present in this sample. And this really shows you how important it is to do the authentication, to do the testing of your products. Moving on to non-meat-based products. Reason being, you all know nowadays your personal care products, your pharmaceuticals, your consumables, even other industrial type products, there could be some kind of pork or pig-based ingredients during the manufacturing, right, or during the processing. Bringing back again these examples, right, these are not meat-based products. The MSG, who would have thought just for like some spice that it could be contaminated for pork, right? Or if you're looking at your chocolate bar, Cadbury, right? Who would have thought there could be like some pork contamination inside? So this is where we can also use this technology to ensure we have no pork ingredients, no pork adulteration inside our products. Now, as for the MSG, where we just like have an enzyme, we could use the same technology. But what is more interesting actually, and what is very common to all these different product technologies, is gelatin. So gelatin is very, very commonly used for many, many different products. You might not even be aware of it. So we have a very robust method developed to check for gelatin. Now, very briefly, what is gelatin? So gelatin is a protein structure that is extracted, can be extracted from many different types of animal, from the tissue, right? It is basically the collagen, and if you heat it up, it gets liquid, and if you cool it down, it gets solid again and reforms the structure, right? So here we're only really looking at one or maybe two different types of proteins that are extracted already from our animal. So here definitely we don't have any DNA left. It is heat treated, so even if there would be no use anymore to do PCR. So here we really have to do LC-MS-based applications. Now, we only have maybe one or two proteins, so our workflow is somehow different, but still the same. It is actually slightly easier. How do we go about it? We already know our protein of interest that we need to look into. We're extracting the difference in amino acids, and as you can see here at the lower left, again, very minor differences only, right? There's only 2 amino acids that are different between those 2 peptides. But we're going again through the same round of optimization. We have our method, and then we extract the protein, we digest it, and we analyze it. It's very straightforward and theoretically even faster than if we're looking at meat-based products. And again, I want to show you an example where we analyzed the origin of different gelatins in different types of products, from food, from pharmaceuticals to cosmetics, right? Just to show you, even though only 2 proteins, we have actually quite a lot of validated markers. At the top you see for porcine, and at the bottom you see our validated markers for bovine. And we can do the same thing for fish, for chicken, depending what you're looking at, right? And on the right you can see the very unique pattern of our signals, which are unique signature basically for these type of species. Now we did this analysis, as mentioned, for many different types of products. At the top you see gummy bears, chocolate bars. In between we have pharmaceutical capsules, and at the bottom we have your cosmetic products, right? And you can see actually in most of those products we could either detect bovine gelatin or porcine gelatin. Now, a lot of them actually, it was declared on the ingredients list that this contains collagen or gelatin-based products, right? But very interesting, actually, as mentioned, the laser pointer does not work, but there is like 2 pharmaceutical capsules, 2 and 3, where we actually detected porcine gelatin present, and there was no declaration whatsoever. Right? So might this be now because of porcine adulteration, or simply because it was not known to the manufacturer, or it is not targeted for the halal market, right? But this again brings out the importance of testing for porcine contamination, adulteration in all kinds of different products. And with this, I just want to sum up. Jackie previously already mentioned all the different types of technologies for LC-MS we have, and the different advantages we can use it, right? So it is very versatile. We cannot only use it for our porcine analysis or for gelatin, right? We can use it for pesticides or many different applications as well. And it is very fast, as Jackie mentioned. Our technology is called the UFMS, the ultra-fast mass spectrometry. This allows you as the user to analyze hundreds, 600s of compounds in a very, very short time, saving you as the user a lot of time, a lot of money. You have a very high throughput, right? Always very important. At the same time, our technology is very robust. So we were talking about a lot of different matrices from different foods, from meat, cosmetics, pharmaceutical, right? So you need to have a very robust instrument that requires very little maintenance, so less downtime. Again, time is money for you as the user, right? At the same time, we're very sensitive. MS is the most sensitive detector, so we are really ready to go to very low detection limits to ensure our products are according to the requirements, right? We can do qualitative analysis, as I just showed for the gelatin. Either we have bovine present or we don't have it present. We have porcine gelatin present or we don't have it present. But as Jackie mentioned, we also can be qualitative, right? Very sensitive, low ppb levels. So even though currently for halal authentication, there's no regulations yet for LC-MS, But when they come into place, we will be ready. We can even, I'm very sure we can surpass any upcoming requirements, any regulations, right? So this is basically a very powerful solution for you to do all kinds of analysis. So I hope, summing up, I could show you that LCM SMS is really the ideal solution to check for porcine adulteration, right? You can use it for food items as well as for non-food related products. It is very little susceptible to any of the matrices. We can analyze all different kinds of matrices. There's no cross-reactivity and very little false positives, right? And just sum up again, is fast, sensitive, accurate, and very easily expandable. And with this, I'm going to end, and thank you for your attention and taking any questions.
So thank you, Max. Now we enter to QA session. Any question from the participant? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Max, for your nice explanation related to LCMSMS.
Yes.
Okay, actually, this method, this is an ideal method and very specific method, but the problem may be the price. Yeah, the price for detection is quite expensive compared to other method. Maybe this is good for not screening, but for specific identification in specific cases, for example, but not for the screening. So, what is your suggestion related to this problem? Is it only for specific cases, or only for research? How about for the screening? Is it possible to use this? That is my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Johnny. Yes, LCMS is probably not a very cheap technology, but as I mentioned, it's a very powerful and versatile technology. So even if you have it installed at your facility, you can not only use it for this one particular application, right? If you have a very high throughput, very high sample load, very fast, so then you will definitely save money. If your sample load is not as high, or if you say you only do it for confirmation, right? We do our normal screening using our immunoassays, or we're using our PCR, and then only for further confirmation, we're doing with LCMS, which is much more sensitive. And in the meantime, you can run any other kind of food-related, food safety, pesticide analysis with your instrument as well, right? So it really gives you both the best of both worlds. So it's much more versatile. You're not restricted to only one type of application.
Well, any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Max. I have a question. So from your presentation, I can conclude that if a product is mixed with haram substance, especially porcine, however, the composition of the product is processed as neatly as possible, the LCMS machine is still effective in identifying porcine, right?
Correct.
So can I say the machine is 100% or almost 100% can identify porcine? Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you for the question. So 100% is always a question in terms of detection limit, right? LCMS is most certainly very, very sensitive. So we can go 0.01% maybe, which is not even yet regulated, right? Based on that, it always depends on the regulation on your application. The advantage against of LCMS is that you are not fixed on only one certain target, right? So as you rightly said, even if our sample has been heavily processed, it has been heat treated, it has been preserved, there's all kinds of preservatives or different treatments inside. Protein, particularly peptides, are actually a very stable species, right? So even if our protein degrades by itself, certain parts of peptides will always be present, whereas the DNA will already be degraded. So you cannot use PCR anymore. But for LCMS, you will still be able to find your very specific peptide sequences which are unique to species. And as we learned earlier, halal is not only about pork, but maybe it's also about dog, about frog, all different kinds of meats, different species, and you will also be able to analyze this with the LCMS without any issue if you select your correct peptide marker targets. I hope this answers your question.
Well, we still have 5 minutes for maybe other participants have a question.
Maybe one last question.
Last question, okay?
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Indri and from University of Darussalam Gontor. Thank you, Mr. Mark, for your great presentations. It already gives us many new science and knowledge. My question here is, maybe it's a personal question for you. What's the reason for you to do the specific research on halal identifications? And the second question is that you said that this LCMS, there is a very great low limitation for the detection of porcine. Can you explain us how is the lowest identification for the porcine identification? And I think about the sensitivity about this instrument, I think there will be some error. How could we difference between the error that occur in the middle of identification and the real result of the identification? And the last is maybe about the process. I think as the first question has explained, it's not, I think it's expensive for us to do this process. And also the process, I think it's not very simple to identify to identify the porcine in the food or maybe other products. So what that Shimazu offers to can make many people understand about the process to identify the porcine in the products. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Maybe I'll just briefly recap to see if I remember all 4 points. So first, is my personal ambition to do halal certification by LCMS. Second was, I forgot already. Third was in terms of sensitivity and detection limit. And fourth was about the cost and the difficulty of analysis. Let me try to answer the first 3 questions and maybe you can repeat the last one, which I forgot. Personally, so LCMS is always my interest, what I have been studying long time ago, particularly in terms of proteomics. Now looking more closely, the world is getting closer and closer. I'm from Germany. Now in Germany, we have actually a very big Muslim community, so it's very important for them as well to have halal certified products, right? There's a lot of import-export going on. Vice versa, now I'm living in Asia, in Singapore, so I'm in very close contact with Muslim countries and religion, right? So it's I see there's an importance, a trend, and that needs to be regulated to ensure the authenticity for the user, right? In terms of sensitivity, the answer to this question is actually exactly the same as Jackie earlier mentioned, right? So it always depends on the type of sample you're analyzing and the type of matrix, right? So in terms of meat, we have validated easily 0.1%, 0.01% that we can identify porcine adulteration in meat products, right? Now, if you're looking into cosmetics or into pharmaceuticals, we have not really closely done this study yet because it was not required, right? Obviously, once the regulation comes into place or if you want to participate in there, we really need all your help to do so, for collaborations to work together to bring LCMS into the regulated space. We definitely need to ensure that we have the detection limit for the different types of products, for the different types of compounds. Now, therefore, obviously, sensitivity plays a role. At Shimadzu, we have different types of instrument which have different sensitivity level. And according to the regulation, we will propose the best solution for you. For the last question, in terms of difficulty, I thought I could show that it's relatively straightforward to do the analysis, right? It's not that challenging, particularly when you're going for applications that we have already developed. So here, similar to our method packages, we can really provide you the support, what kind of targets you can use, and you can simply replicate what we have already proposed to you. Alternative, I'm more than welcome to always do seminars, to do workshop, how we can use this technology, how we can do the method development. And then coming to your question, which I forgot, if you want to repeat, or if I have answered all your questions already.
It's okay. So I think that is the last answer from Mr. Max. And I invite again Mr. Jackie to come on stage, to receive the certificate appreciation from the organizing committee. So back to the master ceremony.
Okay, thank you very much for the moderator, Prof. Sukoso, for the second plenary session. And as Professor said before, that our gratitude to those speaker, Mr. Jackie, PhD, and also Max from Shimadzu Asia Pacific. We will present the token of appreciation, and it will be given by our chairman of the first Asia Halal Summit 2023. Please invite to the stage Ibu Dr. Yuni Kilawati. And also join moderator, Prof. Sukoso in the middle. Ibu Yuni will give the first token of appreciation to Mr. Jackie, PhD from Shimadzu. Big applause, please. Okay, thank you very much. And the second one will give to Max, PhD from Shimadzu Asia Pacific, given by our chairman. And the third one, many thanks to our moderator, Professor Sukoso, handled the first and the second plenary session for today. The last, join photo group. Okay, the photo group, please.
Okay, okay, thank you, thank you, Jackie, Max, as well as Prof. So, okay, now we have come to the end of the second plenary session on Shimadzu's solutions for halal testing and authentication.
Okay, right now we will announce for all participants we have a lunch break and pray duhur. We will continue and back to the stage here at 1:10 p.m. Back to the ballroom, and we continue our agenda to the third plenary session. We would like to inform that lunch will be placed at outside of this ballroom, and also the participants who wants to pray duhur, the committee has prepared musola on the first floor of this building or on Masjid Raden Pata near the faculty. The committee will guide you to go there. Okay, we will come back here, Mr. Eka, at 1 p.m.
Yes.
Have a nice lunch and thank you.
Yes, we'll see you in 1 more hour. Thank you. if you are still outside, please come back to the algorithmic auditorium. Okay, anyone? Later you check the amount is 13.3 million. Yeah, 13.3. So the rate is 14.8. Yeah, please check it. Okay. Okay, I think no one's outside. Okay, we'll start.
Okay, while waiting for the rest of our participants enter the auditorium, we're gonna continue our third plenary session, and in this session we would like to invite our moderator, Professor Dr. Insinyur Kuswanto MS, and before that we will read his short curriculum vitae. Right now, Professor Kuswanto is an active lecturer of Agricultural Faculty in Universitas Brawijaya. He is the head of Agrivita Journal of Agricultural Science, and also Professor Kuswanto still active in developing national and international journal. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Professor Kuswanto.
Thank you very much, Master Ceremony. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome in third plenary session. In this session, we have three speakers. The first one is Bapak Dr. Joni Kusnadi, and then the second one, Associate Professor Dr. Rodziah Atan from UBM, and then the third one is Professor Wayan Firdaus Mahmudi from Dean of Faculty Computer Science, Universitas Brawijaya. They belong to this building. Okay, we go to the first presenter. I invite Bapak Dr. Joni Kusnadi to. It is Bapak Joni Kusnadi. I will read the curriculum vitae, short curriculum vitae of Dr. Joni Kusnadi. The name is Dr. Insinyur Joni Kusnadi, MSI, Institution Halal Examination Agency Universitas Brawijaya. Address of institution Jalan Veteran, Malang. Place and date of born Tanjung Karang, June 16, 1962. Education experience, the first one undergraduate program, field of study agriculture product processing, and then graduate program, field study in food, biotechnology and microbiology, and then the PhD program, the field study in biotechnology of lactic acid bacteria. And then the job experience. The first one, Faculty of Agriculture from Tanjung Pura University. From 1987 until 1993. And then Faculty of Agriculture Universitas Brawijaya until 1998. And then Faculty of Agriculture Technology Universitas Brawijaya 1998 until present. And then the last Halal Examination Agency Universitas Brawijaya 2018 until present. Okay, Bapak Dr. Joni Kusnadi, please, this time is yours. You have time 25 until 30 minutes to present your PPT, and then we have 5 minutes to discuss.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thank you very much for the committee invited me as one of the speakers in this first Asia Halal Summit. And then I have to thanks to Shimadzu Asia Pacific, especially for Pak Dev. Yeah, Mr. Dev. Last year, I invited to a present on during a food summit, and at that time we discussed with Pak Dev and Mr. Pran that maybe it will be better if we start the Halal Summit, not only Parma Summit and Food Summit, but also Halal Summit. And today, yeah, Halal Summit, the first Halal Summit is already done here in this university. Thank you very much, Pak Dev and Shimadzu Asia Pacific. Also, I have to thank my partner, especially in producing a kit for Halal, Mr. Roy. And Mr. Roy, this is from PT Biocare Indonesia, who provided the mobile unit for halal testing. Yeah. Okay, I'll start my presentation with the title Halal Authentication Method Based on Nucleic Acid. Oh, sorry. Okay, here is my outline in this presentation related to what is halal authentication, till halal authentication based on nucleic acid. What is halal authentication? So we have to know what is that. Halal authentication means that halal material and product authentication is a verification process to assure that material or product are free from any prohibited component prescribed by Islamic law. This is the process to assure, to make sure that the product is free from a prohibited component. Let's talk about the principle of halal authentication. Actually, for halal authentication, there are two ways. The first one, by examination and laboratory testing. By examination means usually a halal auditor usually examine the what we call it halal product assurance system document, and then visit the process facilities, yeah, and the testing may conduct a sample test from business actors, yeah. All the testing should be done in SNI, ISO 17025, yeah, in laboratory according to the scope of the test. So I'll talk about the maybe related the testing of for authentication. Here in Indonesia, this is, sorry, I forget to translate this. Penanggung jawab sertifikasi halal means that this is the flow process of halal certification in Indonesia. There are three actors. First, BPGPH. This is halal assurance body, yeah, organizing institute. This is usually for administration examination. And the second one is, we call it LPH, Halal Examination Agency. At Brawijaya University, we have LPH atau LPH, Halal Examination. In Halal Examination Agency, what we do is an examination. Not only examination the document, but also the examination, especially for visiting the facilities. And also, in some component, like material component, there are should be tested in laboratory. And then after finishing, all report in LPH or Halal Examination Agency, and then sent to MUI, yeah, Indonesian Ulama Council, and then there is a meeting for fatwa, yeah. This will be a product is halal or not. It depend on ulama, not from auditor halal auditor. And then after finish, and then back to the BPH, and the BPH will publish a halal certificate. Okay, next we are talking about the product and or material mandatory perform lab test. Actually in Indonesia not yet be implemented for the mandatory for testing. But MUI, Indonesian Ulama Councils, already make a decree related to product and or material that mandatory perform in laboratory. Yeah, here is the decree from the Majelis Ulama or MUI, and the first is product containing alcohol, product containing animal meat product, use animal ingredients such as flesh, bone, and skin, meat ingredient from slaughtered animals, animal-derived product other than meat, and product using gelatin. Next, drug or supplement that use capsule cell from ingredient animal product. This should be tested in laboratory. Enzyme product from animal sources as ingredient, raw material or additive or ingredient helper. And next, cosmetic containing animal placenta extract, yes, should be tested in the laboratory. Also cosmetic product and election ink that do not claim to be water resistant, like water resistant, claim waterproof, water resistant, and sweat proof, and so on. And the last is good that use animal ingredient, mostly from animal and gelatin. This is, this is from MUI decree number 80, the year 2022. Yeah, to complete information you can see in decree of MUI number 80, the year 2022. Okay, next, halal authentication method based on the decree of MUI. Using some method, for example, there is a test target, yes, is porcine or pig specific protein and pig DNA or porcine DNA using a method ELISA. And then for porcine DNA also can use real-time PCR. Yeah, ethanol content using GCFID. My friend Jackie's already told about that, using the GCFID for ethanol detection. And then the pig or porcine peptide also can use LCM-SMS. My friend Max Kosuk, thank you very much for your sharing in your experience in using LCM-SMS. And also water permeability, using water permeability test, and pig skin structure using stereo microscope. Yeah, I summarize this from the decree of Majelis Ulama Indonesia, yeah, Indonesian Ulama Council. Okay, I want to talk about the halal authentication based on nucleic acid, yeah, based on protein and amino acid. Marcos already told about that, and then there are many methods for authentication, especially halal testing. The first one, we call it the DNA barcode. Yeah, is a molecular phylogenetic method that uses short DNA markers present in the organism as a proxy for identification of their offspring. The principle of this DNA barcode relies on sequence variation between a short and standardized region of the genome, designated as barcode, to provide accurate species identification. Maybe the illustration is like this. This method involving 3 steps. The first step is an extraction of the DNA, and then PCR with specific barcode primer, and then DNA sequencing for species identification. This is can be like this. The first is DNA barcode. The second one is the PCR. Stands for polymerase chain reaction. This is a molecular biology technique for amplification of specific DNA fragment and performed in vitro. Based on the DNA, all from the DNA. The principle in every PCR cycle, 2n times the amount of target DNA will be obtained, and usually will amplify a target DNA fragment to 10 to the power of 6 till 10 to the power of 10 times the amount of initial target DNA. So like copying the DNA. This is the machine like copying the DNA. We call it the PCR technique. Maybe this is an illustration of the PCR machine. Involving 3 steps. The first step, usually we call it
the DNA is denatured and becomes single-stranded.
This is DNA denaturation.
The primers anneal to the DNA, followed by the binding of the DNA
And then
polymerase. The polymerase is most active at 72 degrees Celsius and will copy the DNA.
And then next, polymerization.
At the end of cycle 1, the fragments will not
the
be
cycle
desired length
repeated many times, around 25 or 30 times.
The DNA denatures
So
and
the
becomes
DNA,
singles, primers anneal,
which
and
is
the DNA
at
polymerase
first
attaches.
only a very small amount,
DNA
and then
polymerase
become
copies the DNA.
so much and very easy to be
At the end of cycle 2, there
identified
are
or
still
to
no
be
fragments present that are of the
detected.
desired length. The DNA denatures and becomes single-stranded. Primers anneal and DNA polymerase attaches.
Repeated many times
Active DNA
to
polymerase
have
copies
what we
the
call
DNA.
it amplicon.
At the end of cycle 4, you have 8 of the correct
Okay,
fragments.
next, PCR RFLP. We call it restriction fragment length polymorphism. This is a technique by which closely related species can be distinguished by using pattern analysis generated from the exclusion restriction of their DNA. Based on the digestion of PCR amplicon with appropriate restriction enzyme to produce distinct polymorphic fragment used as a marker for species identification. This is the illustration. This method involving many steps. The first, extraction of the DNA, and then the DNA be amplified using PCR machine. Not only amplifying the DNA, the PCR product, and then there is the cleaving. Cutting the DNA using a restriction enzyme. And then after that, we electrify. Separation of product by electrophoresis. And then we can see the profile compared to various animal species. This is the principle of PCR RFLP, restriction fragment length polymorphism. The next, also using PCR, we call it conventional PCR. Molecular biology technique for amplification of specific DNA fragment and perform in vitro. This method requires relatively long time because the PCR reaction need to be finished first before separation product by electrophoresis. So not only using PCR, but also after being amplified and the product be electroprocessed. Principal species-specific PCR utilize primer pairs for application of specific DNA sequence for selecting targeting species. Look like PCR RFLP, but without cutting with a specific enzyme. After extraction, and then being amplified using PCR machine, and then we got a PCR product directly be separated using electrophoresis. And we got the result. Okay. Next, this is developing of the PCR. We call it a real-time PCR. It's a laboratory technique based on molecular biology, and the amplification of target DNA can be monitored during the PCR process. That's what we call it a real time, because we can monitor the process of PCR at the time of reaction. It can be used to determine DNA amplicon quantitatively and semi-quantitatively. The PCR, the principle of PCR like this, PCR process can be assisted by use, we call it a fluorescent, dyes, or probe introduced into the reaction. The fluorescent intensity of this probe will be proportional to the amount of the DNA product formed. This is an illustration. So we can use fluorescent dye-based real-time PCR, or we can use DNA probe-based real-time PCR. We can use probe or we can use fluorescent. It's up to you. What is the difference between a real-time PCR and the conventional PCR? Actually, how to detect? How to detect the amplification? The amplification in a conventional PCR detected by spiration using electrophoresis. But using PCR, actually, we detect the signal from the fluorescent or the probe. Maybe after finishing our program, the result that can be look like that. Not the result of electrophoresis, but like that. And next, for nucleic acid method, we call it biosensor. An analytical method based on biological or chemical reaction by generating a signal proportional to concentration of the analyte in the reaction. Actually, this is almost similar. Being the analyte being detected is under DNA. But how to detect is different. Like in biosensor, the principle like this. It is an analytical device that synergizes biological elements such as enzyme, antibody, DNA, and even entire cell using suitable transducer. The function of transducer to convert actually biochemical information into electrical, optical, and all kind of signal based on transducer use. The illustration like this. So we want to detect the DNA. Almost the method, all of the method I presented today. Actually, we are talking about how to detect the DNA. But by different method. And the DNA involving enzyme, DNA, antibody, antigen, actually detected by a specific receptor. And using transducer, the information, biological information, will be changed into electrical or optical signal. And then from that signal, we can determine a specific species. Next, we call it CRISPR. Cluster regularly interspace short palindromic repeat. This is a method of genome editing that edit internal DNA or RNA in array programmable and sequence-specific way yeah, in process known as gene editing. The CRISPR-associated Cas-endonuclease protein has been employed in variety of ways. The principle will be like this. The detection of target genes that are amplification-free and mixed to read, thereby enabling fast detection of porcine DNA in complex sample and presenting excellent selectivity in authenticating halal food to other processed meat product. The illustration of the process will be like this.
In a document, if we suspect we've misspelled a word, we can use the find function to highlight the error and correct it or delete it. Within our DNA, that function is taken on by a system called CRISPR-Cas9. CRISPR is short for clustered, regularly interspaced short palindromic repeats. CRISPR consists of two components, the Cas9 protein that can cut DNA and a guide RNA that can recognize the sequence of DNA to be edited. To use CRISPR-Cas9, scientists first identify the sequence of the human genome that's causing a health problem. Then they create a specific...
Maybe it's enough for this short illustration. And then next method is DNA isothermal amplification. The amplification-specific DNA technique which occur at a constant temperature. Different than the PCR, which is we use different temperature. This method using constant temperature or isothermal, we call it. The principal isothermal method differ from PCR in that there is no need for temperature cycling or rapid heating and cooling mechanism as in miniaturized in PCR system. And many miniaturized isothermal amplification system exploit the strand displacement activity of DNA polymerase to cyclically amplify a target in less than an hour. The overview will be like this.
2 minutes left. 2 minutes.
Okay. Maybe.
When designing a lamp experiment,
2 minutes will be
4 to 6
minutes. Okay. Next, which method to use? Yeah, as I said to you before, that there are so many methods. Yeah, maybe from all of the methods being used based on nucleic acid, PCR is one of the popular and widely recommended nucleic acid-based method for halal authentication. And then, not only that, research and development we still to develop. Yeah, a simple alternative method, but I say that why I asked Shimatsu, especially for LCM SMS, it will better be to find a simple, cheap method. We are waiting for that method. Yeah, and in Brawijaya, at Brawijaya University, Universitas, we have halal research team. Yeah, we already succeeded in making qPCR kit for pig or porcine DNA detection in collaboration with PT Biocare Sejahtera with the trademark Halal Care. So you can see our mobile unit is outside this building, and we develop actually the kit. And not only for the first time, the kit only for the porcine detection, but for the next we hope for mouse, for dog, and many species of animal. Okay, for the conclusion of my presentation, authentication is very necessary to support the halal certification. And then there are many laboratory test methods for halal authentication. And one of laboratory test method which is accurate standard and widely used is right now using base nucleic acid. Yeah. Now is being using real-time PCR. In Indonesia, we use a standard method also like this. Yeah, based on the SNI, ISO SNI 20,224 standard. Yeah, so we are still developing many kind of standard. But for standard, especially for detection of species, animal species, we are using real-time PCR. Thank you very much for my presentation. Back to.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajani. Please stay there or sit here.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I invite the audience to give some question. We have 6 until 7 minutes for 2 questions maybe. Please. Okay. Okay, please. Official. Stand up, please, Miss. Okay, thank you. Not okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Thank you for the chances. My name is Rio. I'm from Brawijaya University, Faculty of Agriculture, and my question for Mr. Johnny is CRISPR method can used to identify other substance besides porcine, and can it used to identify haram substance other than food products? Because from your presentation, it just show the CRISPR method used for identify haram substance in food only. Thank you.
Okay, please answer.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice question. Actually, all the method based on nucleic acid or the DNA can be used to identify many kind of species. Yeah, not only animal, but also plant also. The human being also. Yeah, that's why there is this method also being used for forensic. Yeah, including CRISPR. Yeah, almost all it's depend on for example, if PCR depend on what kind of gene, what kind of sequence of DNA being detected. Yeah, yeah. Usually, the most important one is a specific sequence being detected. Usually, in animal, in any kind of species, there is a specific sequence owned by a specific organism. So, if you want to detect that kind of organism, so we have, for example, in PCR, we have to design the primer. Yeah, the primer is different from one species to other species. Yeah, the principle is like this. Almost the biosensor also like this, and CRISPR also like that. Yeah, yeah. The difference is the sequence or the gene being targeted and how to detect. Yeah, sometimes being amplified first and then be detected. Yeah. Okay, that is my answer.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Johnny. I think it is enough. Okay. I invite the second questioner. Please, I invite you. Okay, from the corner. Okay, please, your name.
Yeah,
sir.
Thank you. My name is Bhaktiar from Pharmacy Department, Brawijaya University. I will ask about does the government Indonesia provide standard reference for method validation for all product halal, all product for halal measurement? Is possible for LCMSMS to elevate the choice for the method for reference standard for method analysis? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My friend Max already told us that that LCM SMS is a very sensitive method. Yeah, it can be used especially for detection species, detection of meat, and detection of many contamination and so on. And for halal authentication also can be used. But in Indonesia, not all method has the standard method. Yeah, all right now, the standard method to identify species, based on a standard national, BSN, Badan Standard Nasional, based on ISO SNI 20,224, actually based on real-time PCR. So actually we can use LCMS MS because this is a very sensitive method. But for the standard up to now, we only still have for the DNA based on real-time PCR. We hope for the next time, maybe we need another method for confirmation or for comparison between one method to other method. Yeah, actually we also work together with BSN to make a standard. Yeah, as you know that standard number 20,224 involving us. Yeah, to make that standard. We do believe that for the next standard will be involved from the university also. Maybe also our laboratory, our university also will be involved in determination of the standard. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Joni. I think this time is out. Big applause for Dr. Joni.
Okay, thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi. Okay, Dr. Joni, thank you very much. And then, audience, we will go to the second presenter. Of course, I will invite Associate Professor Dr. Rudiah Atan. She is Head of Laboratory of Halal Policy and Management in Halal Product Research Institute, University Putra, Malaysia. I read first the CV of Associate Professor Rudiah. The name is Associate Professor Dr. Rudiah binti Atan, and then the institution University Putra, Malaysia, and then the rest of institution Laboratory of Halal Policy and Management, Halal Product Research Institute, University Putra, Malaysia, Serdang, Selangor, Malaysia. Place and date of born, Endau, Johor, 90 June 1973.
Oh, yeah.
It is still
it's
young.
no secret anymore.
Still young.
Yeah.
Very young, very young. And then an education experience, undergraduate program from UPM, field study in computer science, and then graduate program UPM, field study in software computer, and then PhD program, field study in software engineering. And then jobs experience, number 1, Pahang Skill Development Center, time of working July 1996 until October 1998. And then University Malaysia, the time of working May 2000 until recent. Yeah, it's like that. And okay, Ibu Rudiah, you have 25 minutes to present your presentation, and then we have 5 minutes to discuss. Okay, time is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Moderator. Right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so I didn't know that the organizer is going to read out loud the CV that I sent them, including the date of birth. Okay, but then it's okay. All right. So again, actually, I'm feeling a bit what called not different, but maybe I can just make it as a bonding or bridging from Shimadzu to Ditek Jaya to Brawijaya in the means of halal ecosystems in this sense lah, right? Because my background is I'm software engineering, but I'm now currently heading the laboratory for halal policy and management in UPM, which most of our visitors when they come to the lab, so they are going to ask what is the relationship between me as being software engineers with halal policy and management stuff. Okay, so again the same answers will be in software engineering we learn how to manage process. Okay. So when the process is managed well, so inshallah the outcome of the whole structure is going to be as how it is intended to be lah. So therefore, as been requested by the actually thank you to Dr. Joni for inviting me. So and then I've been asked to discuss on the challenges and opportunities in halal ecosystem in terms of digitalization and big data. Because afterward there will be one more presenters, the Dean of the Faculty on the AI, right? Okay, so all right, so actually this is really an international event for me. So as you can see here, I'm not the only one who's coming up with this paper and the slide. So I'm bringing together Farida and Siti Shuhaida. These two are basically students, intern students from the School of Business, University Technology, Brunei. So we have also welcome international students to do internship. As nowadays, they are the fourth intake lah for the interns in our lab. Okay. All right. So halal ecosystem challenges and proposed solutions. So this is basically, among others, most of the things has been discussed by previous speakers from Bu Susianti, the first one, the first speaker who's talking about Subandia. Bu Subandia, the first speaker who talked about certification. And then we have the famous Kenji, I'm going to call you Kenji. Jackie. Okay, Jackie on the GC, Max on the LC, and Dr. Joni on the DNA. So basically, all the information has been delivered to you from early in the morning. So, but I can just make it in a layman's terms, whereby it's basically the challenges is in terms of incoherent information flow. Okay, so later I'm going to show you the proposed workflow that we have been working on in order to not to overcome lah, but in order for us to really think of the research that we be able that we can do in order to facilitate the challenges and the issues that we are having in terms of halal industry lah per se. Okay, so the first one is incoherent information flow, which will be increasing the cost, increasing the time, increasing the risk, and then lack of trust and transparency. So we can hear from one of the questioner just now in terms of the application that has not been processed or delayed in the process time for the applications. So this is, it may be causing some lack of trust, and at the end of the day it's going to make halal is something that is not preferable or something that is problematic to everyone. Okay, and then again the frauds which Jackie mentioned just now, unethical actions which Max mentioned just now, and cause of losses which are mainly due to businesses, right? And then the third one, the challenges will be inadequate, untrustworthy data, lack visibility for analysis, difficulties in improving business efficiencies, which is, for me, is very true, not only for businesses, but also for government, for universities, and yeah, the most importantly is for the public, right? And then because remember, halal is not only creating business or creating solutions, but halal is our main obligation to Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala for the Muslim. Okay, so yes, we can talk about how to make it what called advanced, how to make it proper, how to make it smooth flowing and so on. But the end of the day is our obligation as Muslims. Okay. And then the thing is, for every solution, for every challenges, there are solutions, actually, especially the ones provided by Shimadzu, and then the technology, and then the technology, what called provider, the machineries, and so on. Okay, so it is a worry not to worry kind of situation. Okay, we worry about things in this halal ecosystem, but we can less down the worry based on the technology that we have. Okay, so for incoherent information flow, we can have document digitalization and analysis as what been provided by the LCMSMS, which is the most expensive one. The data is in 3D. Okay, so you can imagine 3D data can be, it's vast actually. Actually, we have dealt with that 3D data, which from this, I don't know the machine's name, but we basically can do a lot of research from that data only. Okay, and then there comes another technology for trust and transparency, which is blockchain. So blockchain is something that is when you input something, then there's no more adjustment or there's no more what called amendment to be done and so on. And then inadequate or untrustworthy data. So yeah, this is another one which is traceability. So I believe that with the advancement of machineries and technology, so all the data samples that have been analyzed can be marked or can be put with certain marking in terms of traceability for it to be traceable later. Okay, so that is the first in terms of digitalization, and in terms of the generic or general terms, issues and challenges in providing a convenient halal ecosystem. Okay, so moving down, big data. Okay, everybody is talking about big data. So basically, what is big data? Okay, so to me, big data, the data that comes from machines. Actually, big data, machines or these optical character readers. Okay, so these OCR or optical character readers can basically provide this data that is large and with velocity and so on and so forth. Okay, so that is in layman terms the big data things, right? So only that for big data there are also issues. First one is data sharing, okay, and then the second one is fragmented system or siloed operation. And then just now, I think I heard that one of the speakers is talking about this what called the interconnection between analysis from one stage to another stage, which is provided in one special machineries. There is, okay, so maybe that will be one of the ways to solve or to listen down the issues of big data on the fragmented system. And unsynchronized data visualization, some data is in structured mode, some data is unstructured, some are mixed mode, and so on. And different data formats, some use XML, some use this XLS, and so on. So these are the issues in big data. So therefore, I'm just going to go through this very quickly. Okay, so maybe some of us are thinking about, okay, so people are talking, because technology is changing very fast. Okay, we cannot comprehend the first one and then yet come to the 1.5, and then not even the first one finish, then come to 0.0 and 2.5 and so on. So, and then some of us might think that it's better for us to make it manual, or it's better for us to have it as how we normally have these operations to be done. Okay, and then the thing is, halal and toiban is very closely related to something that we cannot avoid, which is food. Okay, so food or consumables, the medicine, and then the drinks and so on. So with the advancement of technology, and then with the what called the consumptions or the needs for this food to be eaten or to be consumed, and then thing is, even though it's something that is got to do with halal and toiban, something with that is very much related to very closely bonding to the Islamic or Islam religion, but thing is, we need to have it. We need to make it faster. We need to make it to be able to cope with the advancement of the technology. Otherwise, na'udzubillah, we don't want the Islam to be seen like not relevant anymore. So we need to make halal and toiban to be relevant, stay relevant, and sustain in means of to make sure that Muslim consumers are having, and not only Muslim consumers, but everyone, actually everyone, to have halal and toiban, not only halal but toib also, the goodness of it. Alright, so, and then consumer perception is also another thing, and then that is why because when we do manual activities, so there must be human intervention that is really need to be in what called to make it the manual operation operates. Okay, so this human intervention will be basically like this lah. Okay, the meeting, the discussions, who is going to enter the data, who's going to have it processed, and so on. Okay, so when we have these 3 stages to be digitalized, so then we can have these advantages of monitoring, the integrity, and the quality, the monitoring, the maintaining quality, and maintaining the integrity of halal. And then at the same time, we should be able to enhance the data collection, resource management, data-driven customer, better customer experience, encourage digital culture, collaboration, increase profit, increase agility, improve productivity, and so many other advantages that we can offer for the digitalization. Alright, so this is the main things that we are going to discuss from my paper. This is a proposed workflow that we have. Okay, so it's basically something that, and the ecosystem of halal, we are proposing this. Actually, there's many tiers of this workflow, I'm showing you the bird eyes view of the workflow. Okay, so from the physical manual activities, from the source to the process transportation to the supply chain, and it goes to two separated channels. The first one is the business channel, the second one is the supplier channel. Okay, and then from business channel to other chains, which eventually is going to for the monetary transactions. Okay, whether we like it or not, money will be there at any time. Okay, so monetary transaction or maybe non-monetary transaction. What is non-monetary transaction? The profit base or the profit sharing and so on, which is not actually cash transaction between parties. Okay. And then from this, actually there's a square box outside the physical manual activities 1, 2, 3, the brown color, the light brown color, there's box there. And then the box should lead to the lower box, which is the digitalization, document upload, input, review, checking, and verification. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, so then after the verification and review, so this is all been done in digital, in this workflow, digital, and whether we want to implement blockchain or not, so it's up to the decisions lah. And then the main ones, the darker color boxes. Now those are the final outcomes lah. Okay, document report which are verified and validated, transaction, the buy sell and other digital information also validated, and financial information analysis summary report which are validated also. Okay, so these three comes together and it should be coming up or proposing this digital data and process integrity, and also comes with traceability. All right, so I'm going to go through very quickly on the example implementation. Okay, so actually for this example 1, example 2, these are only on this research level. The first one is halal critical points for poultry slaughtering processing line. Example 2 is halal authentication and traceability in blockchain, and some general blockchain process. Okay, so sorry. So, wait. Okay. So the first one, this is what we are looking at, halal critical points, the poultry processing line, which we can do digitalization and big data analysis. Okay, so from the supply information, data welfare, from the receiving to the shackle, stunning, slaughtering, scalding, to the video captures, pervasive device data, quality monitor, reporting, transformation information, and so on. So the critical points will be number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. And then these are the ones that need to be digitalized and validated per se in order to maintain the halal for poultry. So this is a second example, halal authentication traceability in blockchain, from supplier to manufacturer to distributor to retailer to customer. So we can use this QR, and then we can monitor blockchain based on the grant system. Okay, it's basically all there. It's only how we able to apply all this system that's available.
2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And then we have the general blockchain process. All right, so this will be my last slide. So basically these are the multifaceted challenges faced by the industry, which including us, the university, especially the research university, how we able to help the industry to overcome all these challenges. Okay, incoherent information flow, authenticity verification, standardization issue, data management, privacy concerns, and consumer awareness and trust. So Okay, so this is my last prompt, inshallah. Okay, so outcome and significance we can adopt. We need outcome we can we should able to adopt advanced technological approaches through data analytics, cloud computing, blockchain, digitalization of the system, ecosystem, for new avenues for collaboration, market expansion, integration, capitalizing the opportunities, investment, partnerships, education, and other initiatives. And the significance will be in form of to overcome hurdles, optimize operations, standard compliance, enhance customer trust, dynamic, sustainable, and also lastly embracing digitalization and harness in power of big data that will propel the halal ecosystem innovation and in global prominence. Okay, so with that, I thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bu Rodia. Please sit here or stand here. There. Okay, please stay here. I invite the participant. Maybe there is. Well, please, the first questioner, and then.
I just want to know, is Jakim using your system? Not yet. Not yet. Okay. Is there any special reason that they are not using?
No, we are just proposing.
Okay, understand.
Okay.
Sorry, so in case you did not hear that, basically Jakim is not using the system yet because it's still proposal stage. Yeah. Hopefully they will.
They should.
Second.
Yes. Thank you, Madam, for the very nice explanation. Now, I just want to ask an advice regarding our situation in the Philippines, because we are the only halal CB that is accredited by the government, the Philippine Accreditation Bureau. So we are having challenges on the traceability when we are conducting the audit. Most of the suppliers are certified by halal CBs that are not accredited. They are only, though they are recognized by like some associations or council. So may I ask your advice on what is the best approach? Because right now what we do is we try as much as we can, we categorize the raw materials into the criticality of the, or the complexity of the risks of each raw material. So we categorize into low risk, medium risk, and high risk. So if it's high risk and medium risk, we tell and advise our customer to take a supplier from a country or any country that is being, for example, the receiving country is UAE. So they have to choose a certification body, any certification body that is recognized and accredited by, for example, Emirates International Accreditation Center or the INAS. So like that. But the thing is, now for the low risk, we accept the local CBs. Now, Madam, I just want to ask, is this okay, this approach, when it comes to traceability?
Okay, thank you, Madam, for the question. It's not question lah. Seeking advice. Okay, so from Malaysian, from this process for certifying halal application for companies. In Malaysia, we have two actually. First one for international and big companies, so it's going to be through Jakim, and then second one is through the state's council, Islamic Council, right? Okay, so I think for your case, what implemented in Malaysia will be through Jakim. Okay, so from Jakim is using this one system. That is My eHalal. So in this My eHalal, we need to actually list down everything, all the ingredient, if we have 100 ingredients in that one food, so all, and then for each ingredient we need to input the certificate of COA analysis or certificate of halal. Okay, say for example, supplier is supplying 5. Okay, and this 5 is listed in the certificate of certificate of halal from JAKIM, so that is okay. Okay, so we have also faced this issue whereby the supplier cannot find, the producer cannot find supplier who has this certificate of halal or certificate of analysis, especially for small companies. So it will bring them issue in whereby JAKIM is or MAIN's Islamic Council, State Islamic Council is looking for these certs. So they cannot find this cert. So what should they do? Okay, so they basically can, normally these are the roles of the industry player in order to help this solve this problem. So it's either among the businesses, they can just introduce, hey, okay, you want this oil, coconut oils, so you can just go to this. So these are the ones that we talk about sharing, information sharing, okay, which is validated and verified. But I think what Madam is doing nowadays currently is okay. It's only that for this level, so the halal critical points, as I've shown just now, so it's actually for the high level ones, there must be some kind of enforcement. So the enforcement is up to how you want to enforce it lah. Okay. So, but then I think if we were to train someone in order to abide with certain things, enforcement is one major things that we need to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Raya, for your answer. Thank you for this. Yeah. Okay. Big applause to the second presenter, Raya. Okay, the third question, I invite Professor Wayan Firdaus Mahmudi. I read short curriculum vitae of Prof. Wayan. Prof. Wayan, the name is Professor Wayan Firdaus Mahmudi from Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Brawijaya, and Education, Bachelor of Mathematics, Universitas Brawijaya, and then Master of Informatic Engineering, ITS Surabaya, and then the PhD in Manufacturing Engineering in University of South Australia. And then employment, the important one now as Dean of Faculty of Computer Science in Universitas Brawijaya. Okay, Prof. Wayan, you have 15 minutes and 5 minutes to discuss. I'm sorry, it is message from the committee.
Okay, thank
Time
you.
is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Selamat siang semuanya. Before I present my material, I will show the application of artificial intelligence. Please imagine I teach my son to identify the type of plant or flower in this room. Plus, the first, I talk to my son, this is the first plant. Please remember. And the second, this is also the first plant. Please remember. Next time, I show the other plant. This is the second plant. Please remember. And I show him so many type of plant or flower. So next time, I can show my son what type of this plant. And my son can answer, oh, this is the 3 type of plants. So I teach my son. But I can also teach the computer. So I take the picture of this plant, and then I show this picture to the computer, the many type of plant. So we heard the term of machine learning. So the machine learn to identify different type of plant. So that is the application of artificial intelligence. More detail, by using the tool from Shimatsu or the method explained by Dr. Dr. Johnny, sorry. I checked the component of this flower, and I found the component is ABC. For the same flower, I check it again, and I find the component is BCDE. So it is possible because I can check it in different time, different temperature, different humidity. And then I check the other plant, the second plant. So it is possible I can find C, D, E, F, and so on. I show the data to the computer learn. So if sometime I need to identify a type of plant, I just check it and send to the computer, and computer analyze. Okay, this is plant type 3, for example. So thank you. Okay, and then next. So, as I give the example of the capability of artificial intelligence to learn from the data, so there are many definitions. The first is intelligent. Artificial intelligence, 2 words. The first is intelligent. It's the ability to learn, to adapt, or to remember information. The other word is artificial. So the computer is solve a problem like a human. Next. In real life, we can find various type of application of artificial intelligence. For example, navigation apps such as Google Maps. We are very familiar with the application. Give 2 points, and the application can give the shortest path to journey from one point to another point. Also facial recognition, the simple application in our mobile phone. We can unlock our phone, just show our face, and the computer detect this is our face or not. The other is fingerprint recognition. Also, there are digital smart assistant like Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant, and various tools to help time management of our activity. The other is media recommendation. For example, if we open a YouTube, we have interest in halal authorization, and the YouTube will give another recommendation, a similar content, and so on. Also, there are autonomous vehicle. They can drive without a driver automatically. They have a sensor to detect. There are another vehicle. There are a pedestrian or also other object. Even if our house, there are various type of household item that using implementation of artificial intelligence. Such as a vacuum cleaner. That is a robot. Also, artificial intelligence television. We can use a voice to control the television. So the television understand what we say. The main capability of artificial intelligence, I have give an example. The first is machine learning. The machine can learn from a pattern. Also, there are a pattern recognition. It is like the umbrella of machine learning. So they can recognize a complex pattern. Also, NLP, natural language processing. We can speak, have discussion with computers like ChatGPT. That is the application of NLP. Also, automatic decision making and computer vision. Computer can understand and analyze image. Okay, next. The focus research on artificial intelligence mostly in MIT because the factor the other presenter have explained, like sensitivity, complexity, and also increasing market demand and the use of technology in word processing automatically. So why the application of artificial intelligence in halal authorization or identification use MIT as an object of research. And I limit the discussion on inspection of raw material and contamination detection, also market monitoring and halal restaurant recommendation and halal certification verification. That's the example of artificial intelligence application. Okay, the first is of the application of computer vision. That is like the example that I give to teach my son. So there are several steps. The first is collect food image, and we separated two objects labeled as halal or non-halal. Just take the picture, and then there are pre-processing like resizing, cropping, and normalization. That is the term in computer science. And then we do a feature extraction like a color histogram, edge detection, texture analysis, and so on. The feature will be used as input to machine learning algorithm. And then we train a machine learning model. There are so many methods such as SVM, support vector machine, artificial neural network, and also decision tree. And then after we develop the model can be installed to like a mobile phone, for example. So at this time, there are so many applications, for example, to identify a different type of plant using a mobile phone. So what feature can be used? There are so many features that can be used, for example, a texture, color, shape and structure of the plant, for example. This can be applied to meat also. And morphological feature and visual anomaly. For a color, in some case, pork may be paler or brick red in color than the meat of other animal. So we can train the computer different type of meat, and the machine can identify what kind of meat of this object. We can also develop AI application to learn from chemical component feature. For example, after I detect the component using the tool or the machine, I can feed to the machine to learn. For example, the feature is amino acid, protein, fat, and other, and also DNA structure. After the model is training, the model can be used. So, like the AI is in the final step for decision making after the input is collected. I will talk about the other application of artificial intelligence. For example, Google provide, we can halal restaurant in Singapore. Google will show so many type of restaurant that provide halal food, but a special application is very important because they can give the application like a complete information. For example, type of dish, location, user rating, and review. So the computer can learn from other view. For example, if some people look, oh, they use a non-halal ingredient, they report it as a review, so the application can detect it. Example is Halal Officer, like the #1 halal food apps in Australia. They can give information about halal restaurant and also how the delivery option. The AI, artificial intelligence, can be implemented for halal certificate verification. So imagine some industry put like a false logo in their product, so we can detect it by taking the picture, and our application will classify the logo is true or not. So computer-based application can process and understand information contained in halal certification code. So the conclusion is artificial intelligence can be used to perform a raw material inspection more efficient because everything is automatic. So, and also enabling accurate detection of content and quality, can detect contamination in product with higher level of accuracy based on the output of different kind of machine. Also can contribute to monitoring based on review of the user or the consumer. Artificial intelligence also facilitate the verification of halal certification to make easy for us to know it is right or not. Okay, thank you.
Applause. Thank you very much, Prof. Wayan. We have saved time, 3 minutes. Thank you. Okay, back to audience. I invite you. Maybe there is audience will give answer to Prof. Wayan. Maybe. Okay. The master of Mister. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah. My name is Rio. I'm from Faculty of Agriculture, Brawijaya University. My question is, the artificial intelligence, as we know, is man-made, so it's not perfect. And what if the artificial intelligence give us false read, like the sensory of, or maybe when the complexity analysis? Because the artificial intelligence, the homework of artificial intelligence is when the fail-safe is not working. So what is the time when we try to make decision before the artificial intelligence is fail to do that job? Maybe that's my question. Thank you.
The artificial intelligence is just a method, so there are possibility they can give the wrong decision. So in the research, usually the researcher in the conclusion state our model can give 90% of accuracy. So there are possibility 10% of wrong information. So, but please remember, if we provide the model or the machine learning more data, they will have more accurate. For example, in ChatGPT, in the first time of development, they can give not accurate result, but over time we can learn from the interaction from user to give more accurate results. Like that.
Thank you. I ask computer one question. It's okay?
Are you asking?
Okay, one question. The last questioner like this.
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity. Prof, I have one question.
Louder, please.
My name is Igede Amartya Paramahamsa. I'm from Faculty of Law, Brawijaya University. I have one question, and that is, if AI is so prominent and the benefit is so huge, why don't we see it implemented in many of the government body? For example, in BPJPH. To my understanding, the last time that I checked, BPJPH still manually checks its BPOM and core data from 2019 till today. Why haven't the government of Indonesia done so? Is it because it's not regulated well, or do we just not believe it in it yet? Thank you.
So the question is, if the AI model is such very powerful and can be used, why don't we actually see it being used by the Indonesian government, BPJPH, more often than it is? Because he says we are still doing manually checking the data. Yeah.
Okay, there are challenges in the implementation of artificial intelligence. The first, the availability of the data. If we have more data, we can train a more accurate artificial intelligence. And the second is, to train the model, we need like a high time. So we need like a supercomputer. That's why in Brawijaya, develop like AI center and provide a supercomputer to train the model. Usually, if using like our PC, personal computer, to train the model, might need a month or maybe a year to train the model to get the accurate result. So that's the challenge.
Okay, I think it is enough. Thank you very much from Prof. Wayan, and big applause for Wayan. And I think this plenary session, the time is up.
Prof. Wayan, maybe stay on the stage first, because on behalf of Shimadzu, we would like to give a token of appreciation for speakers in the third plenary session. So first of all, I would like to invite again Dr. Johnny, as well as Professor Rodzia Atan back on stage. Okay, so first of all, all together. Yeah. Okay, so first of all, from Shimadzu side, we would like to invite Dave to provide a token of appreciation for all the three speakers. So first, starting from Dr. Johnny. Okay. 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 Next, we have Dr. Rodzia. And finally, we have for Dr. Wayan.
Okay, now the second appreciation from UB will be given for 3 speakers for the third plenary session, and also the moderator, Prof. Kuswanto. Yeah, we would like to invite Dr. Yuni Kilewati as the chairman of the first Asia Halal Summit to give and to present token of appreciation for 3 speakers, and also the moderator, Prof. Kuswanto. First token of appreciation will be given by Dr. Yuni to Dr. Johnny Kusnadi. Big applause please for this token of appreciation. And the second one, for the second speakers, Prof. Adan. Yeah, Dr. Razia. Thank you very much. And the third one for Professor Wayan Firdausi. And the last one for our moderator who helped us to handle the third plenary, Professor Kuswanto. And okay, join photo group first. Yeah, Mr. Dave, can you join? Yeah, thank you. Okay, big applause for this session. The third plenary session has been done. And thank you very much for the moderator, Professor Kuswanto, handle this third plenary session.
Yes, thank you very much for listening through all three plenary sessions. First of all, for the participants who are joining us online, this marks the end of the Shimadzu First Asia Halal Summit.
Yeah, we would like to say thank you for the participant who joined online here. This is the end for you. And for the participants who join in person here, we would like to inform that we will have a break for about 15 minutes until 3 p.m. Oh, 45.
So, 14:55.
14:55, okay. So we come back here, and we would like to divide into 3 divisions, because after this we would like to do the some kind of activities like lab tour, demo mobil halal, and also poster and expo session. We would come back here at 14:55. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and see you in 15 minutes.